You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, we're in the final week of August, and I'm ready. I'm ready for fall. I'm ready. I am ready for September. This has been a very dramatic summer in so many different ways. Definitely unforgettable. I am going to remember this summer. This summer definitely was iconic. Very iconic. So many major milestones in my career. So many moments for the city, like the 250th in general. Like, this was a very epic summer on so many different levels. And even in this final week, I mean, there's so much coming up. I start my doctoral program this week, Vanderbilt, it's happening. I got another announcement, which I guess I'll just say now. It's official. I am an adjunct professor at Delaware State University, another incredible HBCU. I start teaching this week my asynchronous courses in public speaking. So I will not be in Dover every day. I will be stopping by the campus, of course, no matter I do plan to make appearances at DSU for sure, but I'm teaching asynchronous online courses that I designed through Canvas, and it's going to be a really great time. It's going to be fun. I'm looking forward to teaching these incredible students. As you all know, every college that I've served as an adjunct professor at has been a predominantly Black institution or an HBCU. I start off at Cheney, which is the first HBCU ever. For those who have gone to Lincoln, Lincoln is the first to give out degrees, but Cheney as an institution predates them. So I've had the pleasure of having many firsts in my life, and one of them is to teach at the nation's first HBCU. And now I teach at CCP as an adjunct there. So I will be teaching there. I'm doing dual. So I got a bag in Delaware. I got a bag in Pennsylvania. I got two great schools. And CCP is an HBCU, but it is considered a predominantly Black institution. So what is it? PWI? This is a PBI. Which is a real designation in, if anybody look at the Department of Education, it has specific designations for certain types of schools. I think they use words like minority serving institutions, HBCUs, all these different things. This counts as a predominantly Black institution. So that is, a different scale. And there's over 60% of the population of Community College of Philadelphia is Black students. Now, that doesn't reflect the academic faculty, but that do represent the student body. So to be able to have my early years in higher education be to serve and teach and educate a population of students that overwhelmingly look like myself as a Black man is just, as a younger Black man in higher ed, as a professor, is something that I hold to the utmost appreciation and gratitude and honor. And I really, I love it. I'm just really excited. And so this is something that I've been working on during the summer. And I was hush hush because I was in negotiations and playing it all out, mapping it all out. I want people to know that there is a whole method to I'm not even going to say madness, to my greatness. There's a method to my greatness. It's not sporadic. It's not impromptu. There's a method to my greatness. I think a lot. I think a lot. I don't overthink, but I definitely take time to reflect, to meditate, to strategize. And I think a lot of it, I'm very fortunate to be self-employed. So I love the fact that I do have the time and space to process things. And I realize how many people are not afforded that time. And so when a lot of things escalate or go from 0 to 100 and problems happen and miscommunications happen, I realize that a lot of folks are scatterbrained. Like they're working stressful types of jobs. And listen, all of our jobs can be stressful in a way, but like a level of stress where they don't have the ability to process anything. Like things are happening at such a rapid speed that's impacting their mental health, their relationships within their profession, the task in front of them. Everything is hitting them all at once, and there's no room to really breathe. Like a break is not really a break for some people. And so when you don't really have that time to regulate or regularly process things, things can blow up and be chaotic. And I think about specifically my husband, like Mr. Johnson, like he's been self-employed for a year. You know, he has his own PR firm now. He's doing his big one. And I think it's made such a difference in just his whole vibe. You know, close friends will probably notice it. Like, there's definitely a level of like relief, you know, because he worked in politics, he worked, you know, in other jobs that were like really intense. And I think this past year specifically, things have just been so much more like chill. And the irony is that, you know, we're doing so much. I mean, we're making way more money. I tell people all the time that sometimes the independent route is the better route, especially if you work in these like more niche type, not niche, but these more like corporate settings. In some cases, if you have a really great idea and you have thoughts, sometimes it's even better to go independent and be free because you got a lot of creative opportunities, a lot of flexibility. But I think in so many ways we just have more time, but also in doing that, there hasn't been like a sacrifice financially. If anything, it's given us more opportunities to invest in things and just do more. And I think it was just it's great for him. But I think also too, when you work for yourself, you're more it forces you to be more gentle with yourself. I think when you're working for a company or individual or whatever other people, you are so busy working yourself to push someone else's goal, vision, and dream, and you can lose yourself in it. And so when you have to work for yourself, you are your HR in some cases. Like you have to look at yourself and go, how do I feel? Like my opinion matters. And I think for some people who haven't had to tap into that, it puts them in a position where they have to, I've been blessed to, like this is my entire career. So I have had a lot of time in solitude. I've had a lot of time to myself to get to know myself. And I think it's been beautiful to just see him just kind of be in a space now to like think, like bet on himself and take risk and really lean into his own habits and his own pattern. And I just realized how many people don't have that ability to do that because of work, pressure, everything else. But it matters. And if there's a way to, I don't know, give yourself a really serious vacation or sabbatical or something, give yourself that, because it's really important to just check in with yourself. Understand your triggers, what excites you, what turns you off, like what is the thing. And I don't know, because I've had so much time to myself career wise, I've been able to sit with my frustrations, sit with my ambitions, process my joys, reflect on my losses, and really understand it in a way that isn't self-deprecating. I didn't know I was going to start the podcast in this direction, but this is where I don't know, something speaks to me. I think as we begin to embark into the fall, return to certain work and opportunities and things, take some time to reflect. Like, are you in tune with, yourself? Understanding how to process things. I think when you're on go, go, go all the time, you sometimes can pick up the wrong lesson from the right experience. And I've seen a lot of that happen where people have had these life-changing experiences, but their takeaways were the wrong way of going about it. Like, you had the right experience, but you learned the wrong lessons. And I think I've seen people do that. So, for example, this is just an example. I'm not talking about anyone in particular, but like, let's say, for example, um, you know what? I'm going to use myself. I'm going to use myself as an example. I'm going to actually use myself. This was 2023. No, 2013. Oh, my numbers. 2013. So that was 13 years ago. The last year I was single. Actually, 13 years ago, from around this time is when I met Mr. Johnson at a party. 13 years ago around this time. We weren't dating at that point, but that's when we first laid eyes on each other. And yeah, so take it back to 2013. So in 2012, I think it was 2012. I actually wrote something in HuffPost when I was writing for Huffington Post. I think I did a New Year's resolution on no more DL men in trade. Yes, I used to write like spicy blogs at HuffPost back in the day. Go Google me. I keep telling y'all to Google me. Like, I have a whole life. But I wrote something for HuffPost, I think it was in 2012. And I wrote about how I was no longer dating men on the DL, dealing with the trade. And because I was out, I came out, I was very in tune with myself. And I was just like, and yeah, I came out in 2012 to my family, interesting enough. Yeah, I came out in 2012 to my family. And so I was at a space where I was like, yeah, I don't want to date men who were not out, because I had just had so much frustration, with here I am living in my truth, doing me, and I'm with these men and these guys who cute, look good. I mean, listen, I never had a problem bagging. I never had a problem bagging. I never had a problem getting a good looking guy. I never had that problem. I had the problems of like, do you have a purpose? Are you trying to live a purpose-driven life? Um, are you suffering with internalized homophobia? Like, what's going on? Like, I had situations like that. Not an issue with if they were cute or if they was like, pay for the date, do it. I didn't have those issues. I had issues with like deeper issues with men at that time. And so after I made this declaration, I set off to date. And I had met a dude before Mr. Johnson, like way before we got official. We didn't get it together until 2014, but before the summer of 13, I was dating these different guys who were out, and it didn't work. The situations weren't working. And my takeaway at the time of these, like, I wouldn't say breakups, but they weren't working. But my mindset at the time was, I need to, maybe I'm being, I need to lower my standards. I need to loosen up. Maybe I should date other types of guys. And the truth of the matter was that was the wrong, like, lesson from the right experiences. I took a step back in retrospect and realized, no. It was healthy for me I was adjusting to a world where, what does it look like? So this was where my mindset was. And this is self-reflection. And this is a real, like, at the time I didn't know what I didn't know. What I realized was at that moment, right? So let me get to the problem real quick. So what was happening in the summer of 13 or in the spring of 13, around that time, was that I made a decision as a New Year's resolution in 2012 that coming into 2013, I wasn't going to date dudes on a DL that was on a low, that was closeted. I was only going to deal with dudes that were living their truth, that was out, and that's what it was. So in the pursuit of doing that, I did not really click with certain guys as fast as I used to. And I started having second doubts and thinking that something was wrong with the way I was dating, and why are these men not talking to me, and what's going on? And I had all these different thoughts. But again, at that time, I was like, ugh, like, what's up with these out men? And what's up with the, maybe I went about this a different way. I had all these hangups. What I realized was, I learned the wrong lesson from the right experiences, was it was good for me to go out and date men that were out and comfortable with themselves. That it was a good thing for me to be able to have those experiences. It was healthy, it was good, it was a way to know that, one, it was possible. Two, this is my future, because I knew down the road I want to back then I knew that I want to have a husband. I want to be married to a man. I want to have these experiences. How am I allowing myself to have that future if I'm dating or dealing with guys that are not like this? So what I realized was that why this was not working is that, I'm about to read myself, but this was then. This is what self-awareness will give you. What I realized was the reason why it was harder for me. Oh shit, I'm about to really go here. I don't even think y'all know what I'm about to say, but I'm about to go there. And some of my other fellow queer men listening to this show, this is for us. Straights, stay out of this. Don't even go there. And especially some of my straight homegirls, because I will lovingly, it's going to be a read. Don't even judge. We're going to get this out the way. What it was that I was so used to being pursued, dealing with DL men in a way that made me the prize and the desire, that when I was out with openly gay men, everybody's like, there's no specialty. And so there was an ego that I had that literally had to get checked, because there were certain things in the DL culture dating those men that was different. So, for example, when I was going out, men was risking it all to talk to me. I was special because they was willing to, there wasn't that much competition, because, I thought that, but they be out here cheating on these guys. But at the time, right? At the time, there was like, this man, I'm his first, or he said I was his, you know how they be lying. Again, this was my naivete back then. But for many of these men, it wasn't like they were out here outing themselves. So when they did decide to approach me, they took a risk. And so there was a level of emotional investment that those men had into me, because I was probably one of the few men that they felt comfortable being themselves with. So there was an instant ability for them to give me a level of intimacy and vulnerability very early on into the relationship. And so I was used to a level of openness up front. Like, it was hot and steamy. And I was so used to these very hot and steamy, like, intimate relationships, because it was done in a sense of secrecy. And these men, it was lust and it was passion and it was a time. But like, that was, that was what I was used to, was like somebody risking it. But when you're in a situation where you're out and they're out, what are you risking? So I was used to a level of like, I come in, they give me their number. Let's get to it. You want to take your time. What the fuck you mean? Like, what you mean? You trying to, like, what? Like, you don't see, like, it was just, I wasn't used to things being done so much slower, because there was a level of equality and equal playing field that I wasn't used to. Like, oh, wait a minute. You ain't hiding nothing. There's no risk. Like, you could go talk to somebody tomorrow. Like, you living your, like I was. That was my attitude. So I met my motherfucking match. And that was a lot to take in over the summer. And I was like, damn, like, you just done moved on. Like, you wasn't even going, because, in these situations, the DL dudes, they get mad, but then they come back because, it ain't like they can run to another dude. So they want to run to their little girlfriend or something, or whoever they was dealing with, or whatever they thought they was doing. They couldn't resist the temptation of being who their true selves were. And for me, I had that power over them, like, in that way. Like, I had that, like, I was the the desire. But there's a lot of other problematic aspects of that, because that would become because that's when emotionally abusive relationships take place, and not on my end, but with them, because there was almost like an obligation emotionally of like, you don't want to abandon somebody who's been that vulnerable if there's love there. But it was complicated. These were very complicated situations. That could be a whole book, y'all. I could do a whole episode to talk about that. But nonetheless, I digress. Nonetheless, I digress. But in moving forward from that experiences, I learned the wrong lesson then. At that time, I just was like, oh, these out men are just so catty and so messy and so this. But that wasn't what it was. What the real message was that you're actually operating in a legitimate dating pool, and a real legitimate dating pool is competitive. There will be rejection. There will be things that just don't hit, and people are not going to waste their time. And so what I realized was that most of my dating experiences prior to then was dealing with men that were closeted, dealing with this. And I think even when I look in retrospect with myself, there was a reason why, like, because some of y'all would say, well, why was you dealing with the trait anyway? There were several reasons why. And it wasn't based on insecurity. It was based on, one, I was at an Ivy League school. I did not want to have my business. I knew I was going to be somebody. Let me be very clear. I never not knew I was going to be who I am today. I knew I was going to be somebody. And one of the things I did not want was a reputation or a situation where my body, I didn't want people running around being like, yeah, I hit that. Ain't that many people can say they hit this, they tap this. And the ones that say they did, they're not even out, baby. They will never, okay? Some of them are still out here. Some of them that got married and had kids. And, look, I ain't no judgment. Maybe they're bisexual. I'm not going to do no bi-erasure. You never know. But most people can't run around town being like, I mean, who gives a fuck now? But back then, that was my mindset. My mindset was I didn't want people, I would see all these famous people and folks that would have all these people talking about how they slept with them and tell all their business. I didn't want that, and I didn't know how I didn't know how it was going to play out. But yeah, there's not that many people that can run around and be like, yeah, me and him used to get together. It's not like that. I did not date that many people like that when I was in college. No, not many. A couple people I went on dates and things, but it wasn't like that in the same way, because a lot of those guys were not out. A lot of those guys were, whatever. So I didn't have that. But part of why I didn't have that was because I was dating men that was closeted, because I was very mindful of that. And I wanted my privacy. And so there was a level to which I wanted privacy. Second thing I think I had, which I can be real about in reflection, was that I did like there was a sense of me wanting to be desired in that type of way. Like I liked this idea of pursuit. Because it was like, wow, there's this, like, wow, you're willing to be this way with me. And so, I'm a Libra, I love that. It was like, oh, you really professing something to me. You coming, like, so there was a desirability factor around it that was alluring. But let me be very clear, like there came risk with that, emotional abuse and all kind of things. But at that time, that was like, ooh, that was desirable to me. Like, oh my goodness, I got this. And also just this, the world was different back in 2013, 2012, 2011. The early 2010s was very different. The way we talked about masculinity, sexual prowess, so different. My taste in men, my whole mindset around masculinity is very different. But back then, I was very much like, ooh, I bagged a football player. Like there was a certain energy that clearly I'm not a bird now, but it was a certain type of energy around that too. Like there was a mindset that I had, right? Unresolved trauma back then of like the dudes that would bully me or talk trash about me back in my youth. I was literally dating those men. Ooh, this is too deep. We're getting too meta on this show. But pretty much it was like a traumatic response to like, I was dating men, not those men, but the men that in high school that were like really mean and things to me, that were hyper masculine and very like homophobic. there was almost like an element of me once I got a little bit older of this revenge fuck energy of like, yeah, this guy reminds me of that guy. And so look at me and this dude. Like that was a very subjective, deeper thing. And I think there are a lot of other queer folks that I know that in retrospect was responding to these traumatic experiences in these different ways, dating wise, that we don't talk about. And I think even with other people, like women, men, I think a lot of people respond sometimes in their younger dating life. They're dating certain people and reacting in certain ways to trauma and to rejection and things. I think there's a whole, well, I ain't gonna go there. That's a whole nother, I was gonna talk about interracial dating. I'm not gonna do that. We're not going there. But I don't know. I'm not saying that's for everybody. No, I ain't gonna get me caught up. But I do think that certain dating habits, unhealthy dating relationships and things are responses to certain traumas. And I think if you don't check that and you don't think about that, because I remember there's a certain person I know that was very big on, they wanted an educated goon. This is what they said. And I was like, what is it with your desire to date? Like, what is that? Like, you're a very smart young lady, and, she ends off with a very nice, handsome prince and a nice man who is far from educated goon. Now, he may look goonish, but he's very much educated, but he isn't that. But the thing is that I think that there was literally that we was in a society of like, what does our baby look like? What masculinity performs like what does these things mean and symbolize? But we didn't know what we didn't know. And it's better to know that shit when you're younger than be older, still perpetuating that bullshit. So I give myself grace in that regard. You don't have all the answers. We was all, I was learning critical race theory and feminism while I was going through the shit I was going through in college. So I think that was a very great learning experience and education for me. But I say all to say that experience in the summer prepared me for the relationship that I would later lead to, that led me to where I'm in today, married and happily married. If I had not had that experience in the summer of understanding what it's like to have a normal, healthy relationship with an out gay Black man like myself, if I didn't have those experiences early, I would have not been ready for Mr. Johnson. So it was almost like that need to happen so that I didn't ruin or misread the entire relationship up front. And that was what I think, that was in retrospect what needed to happen. But that's what I mean when I tell people that you can learn the wrong lessons from the right experiences in life. And so sometimes if you don't have that time to process, and you're just moving, you don't take time to like really evaluate a problem and really think about it and reflect on it, you make those mistakes. So that's what I'm saying. I say all this to say, give yourself the space to process things, to think things through, to do all those things so that you don't, be somewhere out here having all these life experiences and not understanding how they commute and compute into everything else you're trying to do. So, yeah, I just don't know where all that came from. But long story short, I am starting at my doctoral program this week. I'm excited. Starting teaching virtually for Delaware State University. And then CCP returns after Labor Day. So I'll be back in the classroom on campus, teaching my media and tech course and whatnot. So yeah, it's going to be a fun fall. It's going to be a very action-packed fall. I'm looking forward to it. This week in general, I did some great work, some great service work for my fraternity. Oh, my chapter, shout out to the Mighty Road chapter of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, baby. We was out and about this weekend. We hosted a breakfast for our senior brothers. And our senior brothers are brothers who've been in fraternity for a very long time. There were brothers in our fraternity, y'all, that have been alphas for like 50 years. And let me be very clear, alphas for 50 years, not them being 50 years old, but they've been alpha for 50 years. Brothers who are like in their 70s that have been alphas for 50 years. There was a brother in the breakfast, two brothers that were 89 years old that have been brothers for 60 years. Like, no, 70 years, he said. He said 1950, He said 1956. He's been an alpha for 70 years. 70 years. He crossed when he was like 19 years old. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, like what? He been alpha twice my age. Like that was what it was like. It was so beautiful. Brothers that had been alphas for like 40, 50 something years and just telling their stories. And we had this lovely breakfast for them at this church. We had it catered. We had a carving station. It was so nice. It was so nice. And then right after that, we had a community service event with some other brothers in the fraternity. We was in North Philly doing a back to school drive for State Representative Andre D. Carroll, my brother, who's also my frat brother, is his comms director. And it was a great community service event. We did this back to school drive. We was on the grill grilling and giving out backpacks. And it was just such a beautiful day. It was a very great day. And yeah, it was just wonderful. It was very, very uplifting. Great way to come into the fall. And yeah, it was a great crowd. It was Catholic State City Council member Kathleen Gilmer Richardson was there. Isaiah Thomas was there. Rue Landau was there. Like, you had the big three of city council at large seats. They were all there, you know, and I was catching up with them and checking in on what's going on in Philly politics. But it was a very great time. It was a very great time. And I love it. I was out in the community just chilling and just bumping into some of y'all who listen to this podcast. Like, I forget, like, just the scope of, like, you know, I know I shouldn't be surprised, but I just think it just feels good. And it's so nice to, you know, because I see the numbers, right? I see the hundreds and hundreds of you, the thousands of you all who listen and partake. But you just, you know, I think for me, it's just like knowing that each of these numbers are actual people, like their bodies, and that, especially in a city like Philadelphia, we're so much in close proximity to one another. It's bound for me to run into you all. And yet every time someone comes up to me and talk about a show or talk about an episode, or talk about something I said on something, I'm always like, there's always like a little spark of like, wow, like you're, you know, when it's someone I don't know. And it's just that feeling never gets old for me. Never gets old. It feels like Christmas. Every time I drop an episode, it excites me. It excites me when there's like this instant, you know, response and engagement and things. It just excites me that you're excited as much as I'm excited. And yeah, we're making change. So I just wanted to shout that out. Like this, yeah, thank you all for your love and your ongoing support. I'm very grateful. So yeah, other things is going on. It's been relaxing, by the way. I've been very relaxed. I got a really great massage at Hand and Stone. I have a monthly subscription, so I always make sure I get a massage every month. Like, that's become a ritual. I've been doing that for the past 6 years. I feel like ever since the pandemic, I get a massage every month for 2 hours. Okay. I get a hot Himalayan salt stone massage with CBD oil. And I do that every month. I just make sure I do it because yeah, it's built in my schedule. Like I prioritize it. I will get a massage every month. And I will commit to that. I will always commit to that. I'm not going to skip my month because it's needed. If I could do one every week, I really could do one every week, but my schedule is too much. But I always give myself I get a massage once a month, at least. And I commit to that for myself. That's just a ritual I've been doing for like 5 years. And it's helped me with just mood, everything. So it was great. Got my nails done. I get my nails done every 2 weeks. It's a thing. I get my nails and my hair cut every 2 weeks. But nowadays, I'm like going out so much, and now haircuts like every other week, which is anyway. So much of that. But no, I've been doing that. The podcast episode, the special edition episode. Let me just say, people are listening. And not just y'all, by the way. Which shout out to y'all for listening. Like that episode, we crashed into the top 200 of our Apple News podcast. Like, yeah, at this point, we stay on the charts. Like, we got a residency in the charts. Like, they just need to just give me a slot and just keep me on the charts. Give me a slot because I'm always there now. But we're back on the charts per usual. At this point, we're always on the charts, but we ranking higher. And yeah, this last episode, a lot of you all really like tuned in. And this is around the whistleblower and Kappa in Philadelphia School District. I've been told that higher ups in the administration have heard of the episode, have been listening to the episode, and that they're thoroughly investigating some of the claims made. I'm not putting that everywhere. That is an Ernestly Speaking exclusive. I know some of you all on social media were like, oh, why you didn't just write it all out? Listen, sometimes a podcast episode, I don't want to say sometimes on my shows, but sometimes a podcast episode warrants a level of participation from the public at large. What I mean by that is sometimes, y'all, we gotta be present. We gotta be engaged. We gotta be listening. And it can't just be spelling it out. Like, I can't just simply, like, those allegations, y'all need to hear them from her specifically. Shout out to Dominique Medley, who is the president of Kappa Fans, who for 90 minutes sat with me and we talked about everything. We left no stone unturned. She named names. She's not leaving on the playground. She came with receipts, dates. Like, she brought it. And that's so many of y'all were like really impressed with the interview. And honestly, shout out to her, because she made my job easy. I asked questions. She gave answers. She didn't run from anything. She didn't flinch from anything. I mean, it don't get any better than that. Like, that's a masterclass in a good source. Because if you are going to step on this platform, we don't do all that. I don't want to, what's up? Let's talk about it. Like, we did. And she, yeah, credible. I think she's a very credible source. I think so many of y'all, your feedback was just like, yo, like, where did you find her? She found me, actually. Like, some of my best sources find me. Sometimes I'm out here trying to get people to go on record. I realize if you ain't ready, you ain't ready. She was ready. She was waiting for me at the door. Like, she was ready. And so, I mean, my hat goes off to her and just her courage. Because it's not easy. I mean, she's a Black woman. She's a Black mother. She, her daughter went to Kappa. She went to Lincoln. She was classmates with Alonzo Lonzo Fulton, who was the principal of Kappa, the creative and, high school of the creative arts, and creative and performing arts. I don't believe for 5 seconds that this woman, who they both HBCU grads, I don't think for 1 second this woman was on a desire to tear this man down, to go after him. If you listen to the episode, the whole episode, you could see the deterioration of that relationship and also her desire for accountability and transparency. And so I think, in my opinion, that's what made her just strong to me. I just read as a woman who tried everything she could in her role to do well, and she just was at her wit's end. And that's the story of whistleblowing. Like, I think most people try to operate in good faith until they're put against the wall, and they can't. They gotta do what they gotta do. So shout out to her. Also, shout out to my winner this week on the Record with Ernest Owens on 96.1 FM 900 AM Progressive Black Talk Media. Word Radio. Like, we did our first ever giveaway, and it was a giveaway for tickets for two tickets to see Keisha Cole and Jaheim at the Dell this upcoming week. Now, initially the tickets were for Keisha Cole and Mario. Could you imagine? But the last minute, Mario couldn't do it. So, but it's interesting. People are calling him Mario. What is this Mario? It's Mario. Who's calling him Mario? Who's been saying that? I don't know why we butcher names. Like Usher. People like Usher. Can y'all stop? He's playing. It's Usher. Like, stop it. Like, I don't get this. Now, Rihanna is Rihanna's real name. It's not Rihanna, but, you know, Americanized. But Mario couldn't do it at the last minute. He kind of bailed out. So that changed his schedule. So now it is Keisha Cole and Jaheim. And Jaheim has some great songs, okay? I was just listening to Jaheim. Can I take you out tonight? Mm. Don't hate on us. We're fabulous. Great little hit. He got great hits, okay? I'm not gonna sing all his hits, but Jaheim got some good hits, okay? I remember the music videos. The music videos used to be deep. Who remember Jaheim videos where he used to be driving them big ass Escalades, and he used to have on the denim jackets with the puffy collars. They trying to bring that back, but he was the original with the not the fedoras. Was the fedoras? Was he wearing fedoras with them hats? You know, them little patty hats. Yeah, that was the look with the turtlenecks, with the caramel turtlenecks. Mm-hmm. I remember that was with the not the Uggs, the Timberlands, okay? With the baggy dark denim. Fat Farm. What you know about Fat Farm, okay? There was a type of dude with the cornrows. There was a type of dude back in the early 2000s. Y'all know that look. Everybody know the R&B look. Justice for R&B. Justice for R&B. Okay? When Jaheim, them type of men, Casey, Carl Thomas, there was a look, right? And they used to drive down that hood, but they used to have a nice car. And it was probably driving somewhere around Baltimore. I know Joe gonna say, don't do that. I know. I'm just saying. In my mind, it was either Harlem or Baltimore and Philly. And it was like music. It was a look. Y'all know the look. It was a certain look back in the day. They used to drive that car. And they used to be in those baggy, they used to be either in or Uggs or Timberlands. And they had the baggy dark denim. And they used to have the denim jackets, but they used to have the puffy collars on it, trying to be soft with the chain. Listen, with the turtleneck. It was a look. It was a look. You had to be there. You had to be there. Okay? And they would drive their car, that nice ass, you know, it used to be an Escalade or it would be some type of real fancy ass SUV, like a big old truck. And he used to do all kind of things in that car. So when I was growing up, my mom used to say that was a cheater man car. I was like, why is it a cheater man car? Them type of men would pick up. Let me be quiet. But you know, if you know, you know. Those type of men, okay. Now if you was in Philly, them type of men was in Old York Road. And y'all know about Old York Road. Okay, it used to be in Huntington Park. Y'all know what they was picking up. Let me stop. I'm gonna stop. Let me stop. But like, let me just say, okay, that was a certain type of man. And them men was Big Daddy, okay? Big Daddy used to be in that car with that whip. He used to dress nice and smell good, okay? He used to be in that car all day, driving that car, rolling around the block. He used to have the tinted windows. I'm just saying, it was a look. So when I hear Jaheim's music, I envision that aesthetic. It's a certain aesthetic, and I don't know how to say it. Y'all can say what y'all want to say, but you know what I'm talking about. It was an era. Go back. Go back and look at the YouTube. Go to YouTube and look at the old videos. It was an era. Okay, because I'm thinking about all the men who fit that era. Oh my goodness. It was so many. It was Gerald Levert. Y'all remember Gerald Levert? Gerald Levert. Ron Isley. But see how Ron Isley used to, you know, he used to have the pimps, he used to have that fit attire. But he used to have, and he used to be in what he used to be in? Like a Jaguar car. He was in them nice cars, like Jaguars and that kind of stuff, you know. So he was a little bit more fancier. But those other men that I was talking about, Big Papa, they used to be in them nice ass Cadillac Escalades, Yukons and Natalie. They used to be in them type of cars, okay? Big wheels. Big wheels keep on rolling. With the hubcaps and stuff and the wheels, okay? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know what it was. It was an era. It was a certain type of guy. But I digress. Justice for R&B. But yes, we gave away tickets. First ever giveaway. It went on swell. You guys are hype. But y'all got y'all tickets. So we're excited for the giveaway. We might have more giveaways down the road, but look at the show moving along, making its way. Other things. The Emerging Media Diversity Convention registration is coming this week. I know the wait is over. Y'all been anxious. We have officially established our slate. We are about to we're going to do a full blast. It's like everything is getting ready. Because it's going to be 1 month away. Like it's going to be October 2nd to the 3rd. So we going fast. Like everything is ramping up. Like everything is coming, everything is getting ordered, we gearing everything up. We come in with everything all at once, everything everywhere all at once. So that is coming. Stay tuned. And then before we get to hot topics, I want to say this. I wanted to say this news. I'm excited. I'm super excited. Like I have a sigh of relief. I don't know if you feel the lightness in my voice. So over the summer, because I have an announcement, I have something to share. Over the summer, my book editor had really spent time with my manuscript, read it, all the things. We hadn't talked for several months because she was looking at it and, doing her due diligence, doing her notes, doing her things. And anytime you're an author, and this is my second book, so I say anytime you're an author, it's like the most nerve-wracking experience because like you write the book proposal, you write the book, you do your thing, you do all this stuff and you send it to your book editor. And the editor is like, that's the tough one because they got to read this but depending on how they feel, you might have to do the shit all over again. Or they might go, you know what, this ain't it. Or they might really struggle with it. They might be like, this writing isn't strong enough, or, your topic, your research, I'm lost. This doesn't make sense. There's gonna be cut this chapter, slice this. We don't like this. This don't work. They just completely could tear it apart. And I've had friends in the literary business, writers and authors that they write books and the editor comes back and says, it ain't good. It ain't good. It don't look good and it's not going to work. And sometimes if it don't work, and it's consistently not working, they might cancel the book. And so then they cancel the contract and you might have to pay your advance back. Like it's deep. It's nerve-wracking. I know a lot of writers who have wrote one book and won't write another book because the first experience was so traumatic and so stressful and so painful that they just gave up on being a writer in that kind of way, or let me clarify, giving up on being an author. So they've written for magazines and newspapers and freelance, but they realized they didn't work for them. They didn't want to do it. Or it's tough. And so when you get a book editor, it's nerve-wracking during that period of time because it's like you're like in the dark. Like they got to read it. They got to read it, and give you notes, and it's serious. And you just sitting there just nervous, like hoping that it's going to be fine, it's going to work out, that it makes sense. And so for the whole summer, I was chilling, I was feeling good, I was, keeping my mind off. But that was in the back of my mind throughout the time. I was like, I hope my book editor like it, everything good. Y'all, she came back. She loved the book. Yay! She loved the book. She loved it. She was like, we had a couple of notes, but nothing crazy. Like I already finished it, but I had to make sure I did my end notes a certain type of way, like formatting stuff, but, type, edits and little structural things, but nothing major, nothing that couldn't have been addressed in a day. Like she was rocking with it. Like she fucks with it. She was just like, yeah. And so that felt good. So we're keeping on with the schedule. We're keeping up with the direction of the rollout. Because here's the thing. If you when you work with an editor, right, and you get a book deal and you do all the things, you're on a schedule where you plan for your book to come out and you got your everything according to plan. Like if, and they always say when you like if according to plan, if everything works out, it should be coming out in the fall. It should be da da da. So everything and they always say that because it can change. So if she didn't like the book, if they thought it was wrong and they didn't agree with it, they thought the structure was off and it was all that, that would have meant that I would have had to go back and write, and they would have had to push the rollout date for the book. They would have to move the whole schedule. And when you take a book out of its rollout and its schedule, then it changes the whole possibility of opportunities and things. And so I know that this book, I want this book, and this book needs to come out desirably in the fall of 2027. Like I wanted it to be a part of the conversation for the upcoming presidential election 2028. Like I wanted to get the book out in time so that everything is like I have a dream of how I want this book to roll out. And so I'm fortunate and grateful and blessed that everything is happening according to schedule. And that felt good. Like, she got it. Like, because to be real with you, when I wrote the book and I submitted my final draft, I submitted my draft or whatever on Memorial Day, I was like, I really like my writing. I really felt good about it. Like, I felt good writing it. Like, sometimes you can write something, like with the case of cancel culture, I'm not going to hold you. It was a battle at times, writing that book. Like, it was not a very easy breezy experience. I can say that now. It's been years since the book has come out and everybody's all good. But when I wrote it, it was, I don't know if the word is struggle. I wasn't struggling. It was just that with my book editor at the time, which I have a whole nother imprint, another publishing house, another, all of it that is different. But it was a lot of conversation that needed to be had about just like, I want to keep Dave Chappelle's name in the book. I want to talk about I want to name these people's names. I stand firm on this opinion, and I don't want to acquiesce on this. So one argument I wrote in the book, which to this day people still feel ways about, but I argue in the book that everyday people are not getting canceled. No, I stand by that. That cancel culture, how I study it, how I know it, how I understand it, is something that happens to powerful people. It's not everyday people. A lot of people so badly want to say they've been canceled. They so badly want to play the victim. But it's just not. It's just not. It's not. Cancel culture is about power. It's about powerful people, right? And there's some people that so badly want to say they cancel. I'm like, you can't afford to be canceled. No shade. You don't have enough clout. You don't have enough. What are we canceling? No shade. And so I think that was something that a lot of, before y'all start, yes. And she was, yes on both, right? Yes. Okay. Enough said. These are the conversations. And at the time, that was one that it was tough. So there was times where I had to really, I don't want to say fight, but I really had to defend my positions and my direction, creatively and editorially about points that I made in my book. And I wasn't compromising it. And so there were some standoffs at times, but that was then. And so much of what I wrote in the book was ahead of its time, because the things that I'm sharing to y'all now, a lot of y'all are like, yeah, that makes sense. That's not a crazy point. But back then, you got to remember, this book was finally written and done around 2022. And so we as a society were just so different. Like, I wrote the book in 2021 and 2022. So it's like 5 years ago. The world was so different. And the way that people talked about cancel culture, thought about cancel culture, it's just evolved through time. But it was not always like that. And I think that was the reflection for me, was to really stand firm on my belief on that and not compromise and not waver on that. So I didn't. But there was times where, again, it was a lot of work. What's beautiful about now with this book is that my book editor got it off the jump. Wasn't trying to change my voice, wasn't trying to weaken my arguments. They got it. They was like, you made your case. Like this is very, very strong. This is very, very, I remember she kept saying, which just felt good. This is very strong writing. This is a very good, strong manuscript. Like it's ready. It's very ready. And so, yeah, I just adjust a couple little edits throughout the piece, but it's good. I felt so good about it that I let Mr. Johnson read it. So he's reading it. No one else, under any circumstances, I'm letting read it. Like literally, I'm only letting my husband read it because it's like someone I have to go to bed to at night. I cannot risk no one else is reading. I'm going to only let him read it for now. And so when he's done, if you catch Mr. Johnson out and about, I know all my friends, he's going to be like, but I feel good enough that it's pretty much done. I'm letting him read it. Now, when the advanced copies come out, I will grant a few to a couple of lucky folks to be able to read the advanced copies. And that will probably be like that will definitely be like next year. Before y'all begin, yes, there will be an audiobook. I will be narrating it. We're going to do all that. But we're going to expedite the process of all these things because once we finalize, now that we got a book, ladies and gentlemen, is what I'm here to say. We have a book. And the book that I wrote, the one that I dreamed of, the way that I wanted the story to be told, that is the book that you all will be reading. To be clear, The Case for Cancel Culture, what I wrote is great. Love it. It is what I want to tell. I eventually got there. The book is what I wanted y'all to read. There was a tug of war to get to that point, but we end up getting there. I love the fact that this wasn't a tug of war. And to be honest, this book hits and swings harder. It swings hard. I punch way hard. Like I come in swinging. And there are parts in the book that I look back and I'm like, ooh, but I had to do it. Even when I was writing it, there was times where I was like, oh my God, did I really just say that? But I was like, yeah, I got to say it. I got to say it. I gotta be real. Got to be real. Like I just had to be honest about different elected officials. And let me just say this. Everybody on that, everybody is going to hate me on either spectrum of this damn book. I already know that. I'm going to put the disclaimer out now. We're not even going to be surprised. The K-Hive are going to be coming at me. They're going to hate me for this book if they read it. The Bernie Bros are going to feel some way. The Mega is going to feel some way. They're going to all feel some type of way. And I don't give a fuck. I don't. Because with everything that's going on in the world right now, none of these individual teams and cliques and groups have done anything to materially change the course of our outcome. Like nobody's winning. You know what I mean? Like, okay, K-Hive, you did all that trolling. You did all that. Okay, Bernie Bros. Okay, squad members. Like everybody's doing all this. And then the problem is they can't even hold each other accountable. So, yeah, no, I'm okay with the reality of where I go with this. But I think this is the book that I was born to write. I kept dreaming of a book around stan culture. Like my best friend Jamarcus knows this. Like I knew, like it's how I felt about cancel culture, but with standum specifically, I knew in my DNA that I was going to write a book about stan culture in some way, shape, or form. Like my entire life, and even Dr. Parks, like my homegirl Amanda, this is something that this word, this culture has been in my life for a long ass time. Like I feel like this is like Renaissance, the album Renaissance, where they said Beyonce did Renaissance first, but she couldn't do it first, so she did it later. But like the sequencing, like this is how I feel about this book. This book is something I've wanted to write forever because I had been in the thralls of it in a different way. Like I grew up in stan culture, like Rihanna Navy versus Beehive. Like, y'all know nothing about that. That was an era. But the world was just, yeah, I mean, that was just the time. And I just think this is just the book I was ready to write. And I just cannot wait for y'all to read it. I really cannot wait. Like, I can't tell you how much I'm excited and I'm enthusiastic about this book hitting the streets because it's necessary. And y'all clearly are reading books. I heard about the National Book Festival that took place in DC. It was so packed, so crowded. That feels good. Like, people are reading again. Like, people are going back to reading books. I wish more people did, but more people are. And there is a celebration, like the Philly Book Crawl, which I was a part of at the very beginning. I'm coming back next year to push this book, but I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited for everything. So yeah, that's been been going on with me. And now to hot topics. So there's a lot going on with Trump. What's new, right? And I'm very big on starting hot topics with the presidency because it's the highest office. And if anybody's noticed the trend with this show, it always starts from the top and then we get to the bottom. And it's not that tops nor bottoms don't matter because all positions matter, especially if you're verse or you're verb. Anyway, but I say this to say that it is so important to have that understanding behind my rationale. So when Biden was in office, we started with Biden first because it was the Biden presidency. Trump is president, so we start with Trump. And then we go from there to Democrats, the lower party. And then we go from after that, we get into local politics and things. But that's the logic. So if you've been keeping an eye open to what's been going on with Trump, the Supreme Court has allowed him to keep building that damn ballroom. Listen, there's been a lot of conversations about whether or not we should expand the courts, and I'm still up and down about it because in my mind, I'm just like, listen, either you got it or you don't. Every era is going to come with new appointments and things. I don't necessarily know if expanding the courts it's a great temporary adjustment in the moment, but what is a long-standing impact of it down the road? It can backfire, right? I don't know. I'm not against it per se. I think it makes sense. Sometimes I feel like people just are so in the moment that they are making these serious decisions going to have lasting consequences. But why not? Why not have a more court? I mean, I do think if honestly, expanding the courts would, but then again, it's like, well, whoever's president making an appointment, they're just going to add more, whoever from their party. So I don't really know. Perhaps we should put an age limit or a term limit or Supreme Court justices. Maybe that's the idea, but no one's going to do that. So there's that. But long story short, they've allowed him to continue building that horrible monstrosity of a ballroom. So just when I thought it was a wrap, it's not. So I want to give y'all an update on that. I want to keep it classy before we get a little trashy. There is an interesting dynamic that is happening with Trump right now with these primaries. There's a lot here. There's a lot to consider right now in these primaries because so many people have questioned the logic, like, oh, is this the right thing? Are we making the right moves? And there's been a lot of people who've like questioned whether or not it was a smart decision or a bad decision. And I mean, for me, I think it makes sense. But common sense is not common. So what I want to talk about specifically is this past week, last Tuesday, so much of Florida just felt predictable, right? I think that, it's been a battleground. Florida has been a battleground or a stronghold for Republicans. And has really much fallen off the presidential battleground map. So a lot of you all who, for years, everybody used to be like, it's coming down to Florida. That hasn't been the case for over 25 years since Al Gore. I mean, earlier used to go up and down, up until Obama. But then after Obama, it just feels like Florida is just really Republican at this point. So I don't know. I just think at this point, no one's questioning how it's going to be. But it still have not lost its swagger to a certain degree. I mean, something happened in Florida that's a big shocker. And some Republicans have had different thoughts. So Florida was Trump. He did his big one. However, something else is also happening. Corey Mills, the congressman from Florida, was investigated by police in Washington last year in connection to these allegations about an assault on a woman. He wasn't charged, but then another woman got a protective order against him last year. And so there's been a lot of speculation about, some of this stuff going on, and it didn't help. So that didn't stop him from endorsing Corey. This is Corey Mills I'm talking about. This man, he endorsed him in February, but on Tuesday night, Corey Mills lost to a man named Ryan Elijah, who's his former local TV anchor. And Republican voters are backing away from these types of candidates that have this much dirt. Another example was this man named Andy Ogles. Andy Ogles, who was the congressman in Tennessee, who was also backed by Donald Trump, lost his primary earlier this month. And it was because he was an Islamophobe. I mean, he was saying a lot of anti-Muslim stuff. And as a result of that, some of that behavior turned voters off. So he lost his primary. And now Trump is trying to backpedal. On Truth Social, which is his app, he claimed that he had privately tried to urge Mills to drop out the race and that Mills would not listen. And this is Corey Mills, the man from Florida. Now, there's a lot of other interesting things, which also a red flag. Corey Mills is not the only person in Florida that lost by Trump standards. Like, Trump packed these people. There was another race where there was a woman named Catalina Loff, who was a part of that MAHA movement, MAHA being Make America Healthy Again. She ran twice for Congress in Illinois, and then she moved to Florida, and then she lost to this local media mogul. His name is Jim Schwartzel. All these media personalities are winning these seats, which is interesting. But now there's even more tea. Well, I want to get to this tea in a minute because this is the black conversation. I know what y'all want to talk about. Y'all want to talk about Byron Donalds. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about another guy in a minute. Hold that thought. We're going to get black to him in a minute. But Trump also lost in Wyoming. Trump defended backed a woman in the governor's race named Megan Degenfelder, which is who Trump backed. She lost to a rancher named Eric Barlow. Another loss. Darlene Graham, I watched the debate. I don't know if y'all been following what's going on in South Carolina. We've been talking about it. But Darlene Graham is trying to be, she got the appointment by the governor. She's actually, technically, she is Senator Darlene Graham. She was appointed by Governor Henry McMaster of South Carolina to fill that vacancy by her dead brother, who was Lindsey Graham. I'm still processing the fact that Lindsey Graham is gone. I'm sorry. Can we just have a moment right now? I mean, I didn't have it on my bingo card that Lindsey Graham would be dead. And like the way that it's just like he just died and we just all just move. I mean, I get it. I mean, he's not like my favorite or anything. But like, I don't know, I'm just like, damn, like we really just lost somebody who like was in the mix. Cause sometimes it's politicians that go away and we just be like, okay. But like Lindsey Graham is like like he was very active in this Trump administration. Like, you know, this is like his dead homie. Like this man is dead. And you know, everybody just kind of like, okay, next person, did the sister, and then the sister ready on speed dial. Like, what's going on? She got thrown into this position, and it's just it's crazy. So there was a debate, a candidates debate that that was had, and when she was asked whether Taiwan and the South China Sea were of national security interest in the United States, she said she didn't know. You know, she was known for being a disability rights advocate, but foreign policy was weak for her. And she was trying to assure voters who know little about her that she was ready for 6 years in the Senate. She said when they asked her that question about Taiwan and the South China Sea, she said, I'm going to be honest here. I'm not that informed on national security. There were huge gasps and boos when this went down. Huge boos. First of all, Republicans for the longest have always tried, especially Lindsey Graham. Like, what would Lindsey say? I know Lindsey is, well, let me be respectful. I was going to say let me be quiet. I don't know where, let me be quiet. Mm-mm. I'm going to sip on my Olipop. This flavor is cherry vanilla. We're not going to even. mm. Mm. I'm gonna do this thing that black people do. Y'all know this. Have y'all seen this? I'm gonna do this, and you're gonna fill in the blank. Now, if he was, but if he was not, then that would be. But because we don't know, well, we do know. But if I said that, then you know what would happen. So I won't. It's just not. It's not of me to do that. So I won't do that. Because if I did that, then y'all would say, and see, I'm not trying to leave it to God. Now we're going to move on. So I don't know. Maybe I should say it a little bit more politically correct. I don't know where Lindsey Graham is at to be able to say where would Lindsey Graham be saying where in what direction if his sister was at that debate. So I can't say, I won't say because I don't know if that makes sense. Now, let me put this in another context. I know that Obama's grandma from heaven, I know that his mother-in-law is looking from heaven, you know, Michelle Obama's mother. I know that Mrs. Robinson is looking down from heaven and she is looking at some of this from above. I can say that about Miss Robinson. I don't know. I can't say the same for other people. That's all I'm saying. And so I have to check myself before I wreck myself in making that assertion. Are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? That's all I'm going to say. If you don't get it and your comprehension skills are not computing of what I'm saying right now, I can't help you. We're going to move on. So she does not have any good foreign policy experience. She doesn't have any. That's what she said. She's not prepared for this job. She's a hot ass mess. I don't know why she's doing it. I don't know if she's going to win this general. All eyes was on this South Carolina Senate race because a Democrat might take it. But then the crazy is she got a runoff. So we don't even know. Like there's a runoff going on. She can't even procure the damn seat. We can't even get to the general election because she got this runoff because she hasn't even won. She couldn't even get to the runoff. But it's obvious she's not going to get this seat because even the Republicans ain't feeling her because with a Trump endorsement. In other words, it looks like a Trump stamp of approval is a nope from voters. So let's get Black to the conversation because I do think this is an important thing to note. So there are currently, right now, 2 Black Republicans that have secured their party's nomination for governor. Okay. That is now Byron Donalds from Florida and John James from Michigan. Yes. And before y'all start, let's talk about John James. Okay. Let's talk about him. He's 45. He is a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Yes, he's my frat brother. Yes. Yes, we know. I know. Y'all saw it. Some of y'all might have saw the social media energy. John James is a congressman. Trump endorsed him for governor in late June. He is a Trumper. He is a mega Trumper. And he did win the GOP primary for governor. Yeah. Yeah. I hope with every bone in my body, I don't think he's going to win Michigan. I hope he do not. And I want to be very clear that many brothers that I know are not in favor of this. So if you all like, is the alphas coming out for the, listen, at the end of the day, in my opinion, and I'm speaking for myself, you can have the same fraternity letters, but if your work is in conflict to the mission of the organization and to the work that we're trying to do, how does that work, right? We're talking about voter protections, diversity, equity, inclusion. Like, that's what we're doing. You're working within an administration that is dismissing the role of race, dismissing equity. Like, what are you? Okay. 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 That's what it is. So, I'm not even going to say best of luck to him because I don't wish him any luck. I don't wish him anything. I don't want him to win. I'm not even going to hold you. Nope, not a fan. Nope. So anyway, two black candidates. This is a big deal. 2 black candidates, both endorsed by Trump. This is a big damn deal. I think Byron Donalds has a chance for governor. I think that is a chance. He is going to be, that's going to be an interesting race. Democrats, y'all better get it together because Republicans are matching that energy with the way in which it just baffles me. Like, Democrats tout diversity as one of their strengths. We got Wes Moore as governor of Maryland. Okay. We have Patrick Duvall. We have not moved the needle in procuring governorships by Black Democrats and Black folks. We have not done that. Keisha Lance Bottoms is trying to be governor of Georgia. We'll see. But we, what are we doing? What are we doing on that front? We should have had more Black governors at this point. I remember when Tim Scott got the Senate seat in South Carolina, and we had a Black Republican senator following Cory Booker and then Kamala. But we had the Democrats got in full gear and started putting more Black Democrats up for Senate. So now we're seeing Raphael Warnock. We got Cory Booker, but we got Raphael Warnock. We got another Black woman. We got 2 Black women. We're starting to get more Black Democratic senators, which is a big damn deal. Because Republicans were trying to edge up on that, and then that got kind of flattened. But this governor situation is serious because now, at the bare minimum, we're tied with them with Black governors. Like, they're finally about to have a Black governor. The Republican Party, like, in the midst of all this fuckery with them, they're making some interesting diversity strides. Now, whether or not people read it as genuine or not, But it just goes to show that they're starting to, I mean, Trump has endorsed a lot of Black Republicans, like for positions. I'm just saying, they're starting to see support from their leaders because Democrats, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Which I want to go into another conversation, but I got to save my time for Democrats because we got one more thing to address with Mr. Trump. Natalie Harp. Have you heard of Natalie Harp? Have you not heard about? Have you heard of Natalie Harp? Listen. She's 35 years old. She's blonde. And there's a lot of things being said about Miss Harp. Stuff is coming out. He enlisted her to write an angry memo about the 2020 election, denouncing it. And there's been talks about her love for him. I mean, she's a stan. She's a stan, she's a fan, she's a fan. With all my heart, Natalie. Like, there's a lot of passion. And people don't know exactly what did she do. A lot of people don't know exactly what do she do. Hmm. 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 What does Natalie Harp do? She's 35 years old. She rarely speaks on camera, but she's always there with a wide smile and her eyes fixed on the president. Now, she became an attack because John Ossoff, the senator from Georgia, which people think he wants to run for president, but he says he's not. He said, quote, at a rally, he said, he doesn't want to do the job. He wants to build his ballroom and travel with Natalie on their apparently defenseless flying palace gifted by the Emir of Qatar. Excuse me? What? Hmm. Hmm. Now, to be clear, President Trump is married to Melania Trump. How could you forget? But, Now, when I looked at Natalie Harp, I noticed a pattern. They all look the same. She looks just like Caroline Levitt a little bit, a little thinner, but she looks like Caroline Levitt. And I just don't know who this aide is, but the streets want to know. Who is she? Where did she come from? Cotton Eye Joe. You know? Just a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did she come from? And I think that that's part of the problem. A lot of people don't know. So we're dealing with a very interesting case. Very interesting case. And at a time like this politically, no, very interesting. I won't say nasty work, but she's trying to push back. So there's this Vanity Fair writer that's been calling, according to Daily Beast, they've been calling bullshit on her interview claim. So the journalist, his name is Chris Whipple. He is saying that Natalie Harp, like there was a rumor, he's calling BS on the rumor. Natalie Harp rescued herself from the Vanity Fair's bombshell White House cover story from December 2025, describing the aide as a troubled young woman as scrutiny over her closeness to Donald Trump has intensified. She's been in the headlines ever since Ossoff made that claim because people are kind of like, what's going on? But now Chris Whipple, whose 2025 Vanity Fair coverage, this is the one about Trump's inner circle, has addressed the speculation that she withdrew herself from the profile. He said on a show with a woman named Alex Witt on MS Now, said that this, first of all, dismissed the rumor, said there's a really ridiculous story going around that Natalie Harp had selflessly recused herself from the photo session. He says, I'm here to tell you that nobody at Vanity Fair ever considered including her in that photo, and that no one at the White House, to my knowledge. Oop. He said the name Natalie Harp never came up. Said that Harp was never even mentioned in any of the tell-all meetings he had with Wiles, and that's the chief of staff, in the 11 months leading up to his cover story. Like, no one knows who she is. Or at least that's what they're claiming. They say that she's a fangirl. He said that the relationship with the president was revealed in both the filing between three letters to him and in her surface Twitter account is extraordinary, unique. They're saying, what is up with a fangirl having the president's ear? Quote, this is what was said by Chris Whipple. Natalie Harp is clearly a troubled young woman with a need to idolize Donald Trump. Trump is getting his information from someone who wants to please and only tells him what he wants to hear, Whipple said. He's getting his information, in effect, from a fact-free fangirl, and that's nobody's idea of a staff secretary in a healthy White House. Man, if I wasn't done with my book, I would have put her ass in it as a stand. But we're going to talk about it, though. That's political standum, right? She's such a stan of the president that he's allowing her to get this special access to him, based on this standum. And look what's going on. A hot mess. So speaking of hot messes, let's get to the Democrats, because the Democrats always keeps pissing me off, right? So let's back into some things. Let's talk about them Florida primaries. Before I get to the good news of Florida primaries, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, she won in a predominantly historical black district. The black congressional candidates canceled themselves out, as I expected. Why did you get in there, Uncle Luke? I'm disappointed. Like, they lost. Debbie swept. They canceled each other out. So now a white woman who's not from there is about to get this congressional seat because black voters were splintered and voters were splintered in general. It was too many black candidates in that race. It was too many people. They couldn't coalesce behind one. So she, by nature, won. She was the incumbent. She won. Not the incumbent of that district, but she was the incumbent congressperson. She's been served. It was so stupid. They couldn't come together and just say, you know what? Let's us respect the process. Because we had at least two black candidates. Nope, multiple. So they all cancel each other out, so nobody has it. And it makes you wonder, was this the plan all along? Like, were people incentivized to stay in the race so she can stay? They're going to say, I call conspiracy, but who cares? I don't know. I just don't trust it fully. That's my opinion. But yes, that happened. But another better news, we also saw an interesting rise politically. We saw an interesting rise, and this was in the beauty of over $15 million. That is how much more money that Alexander Vindman, a Democratic candidate for Florida Senate, for the Senate in Florida, she raised $15 million more than Angie Nixon, who was a state lawmaker and a Democratic socialist, only for her to beat her handedly in that shocking primary upset. So now, Angie Nixon, this black woman, this black Democratic socialist, she won. No one saw that coming. It was a major shocker. People did not pay much attention to that race. I mean, she was $15 million. $15 million. And couldn't beat her. So now she's going to face Senator Ashley Moody, who's a Republican, in November. Come on, Angie. Let's see what you can do. I'm impressed. Like, once again, every month, have y'all noticed every week there's been like a ping pong between these Democratic Socialists? They keep getting these nice victories. There's always some special surprise win. The movement is nationwide now. We're seeing it in Michigan. We saw it in Pennsylvania. We're seeing it in Florida. Of course, it was in New York. Like, this is spreading. This is spreading. You got the Midwest. You got the South. You got the East Coast. Like, it's coming. It's coming. Now, I don't know what's going on with Karen Bass in LA, but that debate she just had with her progressive opponent, not looking good. Don't know how that race is going to go. I'm not going to call it, but it's just not looking good. It's not looking good at all. Like, it's just too much. I don't know. She could potentially lose this progressive if she don't play her cards right. So, but the thing that stands out to me, and this is something that I definitely want to dig into. The DNC finalists for the city in 2028. The three are Philly, Boston, and Denver. Those are the three finalists that are up for having the DNC in 2028. There's been a lot of controversy because people are upset that Atlanta is not on the list. I agree. I think, it would have been nice to even have Houston in the conversation, but, that's all right. They don't like Houston like that. I don't get it. We've had Chicago. Philly was in 2016. I don't want the DNC in Philly. I don't. I really don't. I don't. I think I don't want us to become that city like New York or LA where people are just like, "Oh, you always get something. Like, give it to the rest of us." Philly has been very fortunate to have a bunch of big events. Like, we got to share the love a little bit. Somebody would argue, but people say, well, Atlanta ain't. But no, I just think for the DNC should be having something in the South. Like, they should. Like, why not Raleigh, North Carolina? Like, I think the DNC needs to have something in the South. Like, Boston, for real? Boston? That's so uninspiring to me. Denver isn't bad, but like, I don't know. Didn't we just have something in Denver, or was it Chicago? I don't know. I just feel like, I guess we haven't had anything in Denver. It's not the worst option, but I don't want it in Philly. I just feel like it's always, like, Philly just had it. Like, we just had it, and like, it doesn't do anything for us, because here's the crazy part. They had the DNC in Philly in 2016, and Trump still beat Hillary in Pennsylvania. Like, we are very, like, I don't know. Like, I guess one could argue we're like a battleground state. But no, I just feel like Philly just, I don't know. If they would have said Pittsburgh, I would have been a little bit more intrigued. I just feel like it makes sense to put in the South. I think it's a great way to rally a black voters. I also think it's an opportunity to really, like, I don't know, just put a stronger presence. Because we're going to really need some of these southern states. And Georgia, to me, is a bigger battleground than that. So I don't know. I'm just not the craziest for the idea, personally. I'm not. Like, I think to not have a southern state on the list as finalists is just a missed opportunity. And, of course, the mayor of Atlanta put out a statement. Oh, he's been out here. The mayor of Atlanta has not been playing, okay? I will say that about him. The mayor of Atlanta has been very outside. A lot of these black mayors have been. I will give it to them. A lot of them. Baltimore, like Andre Dickens. Listen, Andre Dickens is not playing. Andre Dickens is not playing. Like, his term, like, he in there till January 2023. Yeah, he in there till 2020. It's not 2023. He's in there until 2030. He's been in office since January 2022, and he's going to be there until January 2023. So, yeah, I don't know. Andre Dickens, He in there. So for those who, he won his re-election this year. Like he's straight. He's the 61st mayor of Atlanta. So he popping off. I do think, I just really do think we should have it somewhere else. I'm not a fan of this. I'm not. I just think it's lazy. Like, why is Philly in the conversation? Did we just not? I don't know. I don't know. I love my city. I'm here. But I don't know. I just feel like the DNC here is just like, I don't know. We've already had it. And we already did all that. And I don't really know. I just think you know what it is with us is that I think about Philly personally is that we always, part of me just feel like we beg for these big things. We don't have a problem delivering, but when it comes to the actual goal, like the whole plan, like you would think that if you're going to have the DNC in Philadelphia, that Philadelphia could deliver, like really deliver, like the state, like. But I think what it is that I don't know if this is like a run up for like Shapiro. Like, is Shapiro in his mind thinking he's going to be the president and get the nomination and get the nomination and have his moment in his own city? Who knows? I think about that. Like, I mean, he didn't have anything to do with it, but I wonder, like, Shapiro probably like, yeah, I want the DNC in Pennsylvania. I want the DNC in Pennsylvania. I feel like he wants that, because it gives him that opportunity to shine in a way that he hadn't before. I think he wants that attention. And so, yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see him benefiting from the politics of all that and all that for himself. And I also think the DNC people are trying to zero in on a certain type of candidate. And so I think they also want to cherry pick. But I don't know. I just think Atlanta would have been a better city. I think it would have been a better option. That's just my opinion. I think we would have been better off there. So moving along to media. Where do I want to begin with this? Let's start with this. TikTok has reached a $400 million settlement to resolve this lawsuit they got with the Justice Department, because this lawsuit alleges that its parent company, which is ByteDance, that Japanese company, I don't know if we have a US one yet, but anyway, they violated laws around children's online privacy. This stuff is not going away. I just want to be clear about that. This stuff is not going away. There's all this talk about, what we're going to do and how we're going to move and all this stuff. We do a lot of that talking, but safety is important. Safety is important. We can't keep ignoring this stuff. Like Meta just had this multi-million-dollar lawsuit. We keep seeing this trend of lawsuits happen and we try to ignore it. But no, we can't keep turning the eye to it. Like we gotta, like, all these apps about to get this work. I knew after Meta was gonna come down the pipeline. Now TikTok has done it. $400 million. That's crazy. Moving around on that. Where do I want to go next? Oh yes, Gary, Indiana. So Gary, Indiana, as you all have been reading, if you don't know already, has been like parts of northern Gary, Indiana has been without electricity for over a week. Like it's giving Katrina energy of neglect. Like there's been a major storm there, and there's been people in that predominantly black city for over a week, for 10 days without electricity. Thousands of people, over 60,000 people, okay, without electricity. No food, no support, no anything. And I think they're saying the lights are going to come back on like next week. But it's like, how does that happen? That an entire like area of people are getting no support, no resource, no anything. It's just disgusting. But what's been very telling is, right, is that I don't know what, like, we gotta, like, we need a media literate society ASAP. And I know I'm speaking to the choir here, but there were so many people that got online and said nobody from the media is covering this. No major media people are covering it. You all don't read major media anymore. So this whole narrative of they're not covering it, I don't know if the answer is that you're not seeing it in your timeline, the algorithm, but the New York Times did a big, huge piece about it. There's been several media outlets, major media outlets have covered this. Like, I know NBC News, couple groups have been talking about this. CNN talked about it. Like, so when everyone's saying this whole, the media didn't cover this, they didn't cover that, they did cover this. I just don't think you all were just reading it. And maybe what it is that because you're getting so much of your news on social media, it wasn't until this weekend that a lot of content creators and, you know, what have you started using their platforms to talk about it, amplify it. That's great. And that's really good, right? And I commend them for that. But for all of you all pushing these narratives about, oh, the media didn't cover this and no one's talking about it, that's just not true. Maybe the part about no one else is talking about it, maybe your family members, people you follow wasn't talking about it. But, I mean, that's not, this is why, respectfully, you don't see me writing articles as much anymore. I'm tired of people just lying. And it's not saying lying, it's just that a lot of people are not reading articles. They're not. Which is why so much of my social media content has these big explainers and posts and things, because I'm competing against the algorithm to bring out smarter people. Like, I'm tired of this up and down all around when it comes to sharing news and giving facts and things. Like, I'm tired of people just acting like we're not doing our jobs. I mean, look, there are some stories locally, right, in Philadelphia, where people are not talking about certain things. They're not touching certain topics. They're just being oblivious to it. Now, that's a fair critique. I'm all for that critique. But that's not the case here at all. Like, when I tell you, people are very much aware of this. Whether or not you care or don't care, that's another issue. And so to me, that's the real conversation. The real conversation is whether or not, you know, we're, you know, what are we, you know, what are we talking about? And so that's been the biggest trouble that I noticed. So yeah, we're moving in a era where I think the reveal to me with the conversation is that when people are saying, "Oh, the news is not covering this, no one's talking about it," I think what it's showing us is that, and this is what I'm just realizing, is that I could argue up and down and say people don't know this, don't know that. What it is that you're not reading articles anymore. Like, a lot of people are not reading articles as much anymore, and because of that, that's how they're making their judgment assessments. Partially. The other part I also think is happening is that they're also not they're not following credible news sites on social media. So, like, my Instagram diet is heavy. Like, I follow all the major media outlets. And whenever I share images, posts of news, facts information, it is coming from the Instagram pages of these news sources, just to encourage people, hopefully, to follow them so that they can get the same news. Like, I curate a IG story every day with various headlines, and 99% of those headlines that I'm sharing are coming from credible, legitimate news sources and people. Now, sometimes I might share like things from certain news creators that I know that's talking about the issue, but most of the stuff that I share are coming from actual articles and reports and like primary sources. So, like, if you heard a celebrity announce she's pregnant, or you heard rumors, rather than, you know, share with the shade room. I don't even deal with the shade room ass no more anymore. Thank goodness I feel like they've been falling off deeply. Like, I don't feel like people talk about the shade room like that anymore, which I'm happy about. I'm happy that they're finally fading. But rather than share the reports of the gossip, if I see somebody share the actual news on their Instagram, I would rather share that than try to expose people's achievements and announcements and accomplishments. I just think that's corny. So that's my take on it. But I want to just put that out there. before you say no one is covering something, we can always Google. Just say it. Speaking of Googling and issues, I don't like this Casey Hunt lady on CNN. I don't know if you've been watching some of the clips or just seeing some of the things, but this Casey Hunt, she's an anchor. She does the interviews. And it's at a time where Abby Phillip, well, I'll get to Abby Phillip in a minute, but Casey Hunt has been doing several interviews lately where it's so obvious that she's super biased. And I mean, that interview that she did with, Angie Nixon was just cringy. Like, a lot of media folks have been doing Angie really dirty, like really dirty. Like, she was on the morning show with Gayle King, and I know Gayle King was reading off a teleprompter, but it was like CBS Good Morning kind of framed it in this way of like, oh, well, Hassan Piker, putting up pictures of Hassan Piker who there's like, oh, well, you campaigned with him. And it's like, she never campaigned with him. And she had to correct the record on air and be like, I've never campaigned with him. We have not done that. Like, he's him, but I've never met the man. Like, she just was like, that's not my story. And I was just like, Gayle had to apologize. But it's also like that team over there, like, why you didn't why would y'all put her up? Because it was a black woman and they said, look, we're gonna put Gayle up to do the questioning so they could give this sense of confirmation bias that people are supposed to assume because it's the interview with her and she's doing it, it's gonna be a fair thing or whatever. But I've seen with her and also Cassie Hunt, I'm sorry, not Katie, Cassie Hunt with a K. I just feel like, why would you badger this woman and try to force a narrative in a conversation? Like, I saw her do it with Abdul, the Michigan nominee a couple episodes back. But it's like, why are you like this? And I get it that you're trying to appear to be fair and all this, but it's like, it just seems a little too disjointed. I'm happy that other media literary experts and people and voices have been adding to this conversation, because I think for so long people have gotten away with some of these journalists doing this. And it's just, yeah, it's disappointing. Also, Abby Phillip is renewing her night show. She's going to stay on contract with that show. I don't really like that show, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't. I've tried to watch it multiple times. And I watch it and I go, so, what was the point of this? Like, what was the point of this conversation? Like, everyone's talking over each other. They're yelling over each other. They're grandstanding. They're all trying to have a moment. And it's like reality TV to like the peak levels. And it's like, oh, this is so tacky. Like, what are we doing? We're not these type of brothers. But this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. People wanting to be seen and yeah. So I'm not feeling the show. I just feel like it's intentional, it's organized chaos, but also dysfunctional chaos. Like, the public can't, like, what are we supposed to learn from this? All these different viewpoints, but there's a lot of people that are just flat out lying and being bigoted in so many different ways. And then people want to go, poor Abby. There's no poor Abby. Abby knows what she's doing. She needs the conflict because she's a careerist. And I'm not saying to be shade there, but I just feel like there's ambition that she has, and she has to partake in these types of things in order to maintain her status. So that's that. And then before we move on to local politics, I want to address this real quick because a lot of y'all had y'all questions, and I hear you loud and clear, in more ways than one. I do. I want to also say this real quick. before I get into this, I get you all's fan mail. A lot of you all do send fan mail, and I do read them. And I thank you so much for the lovely fan mail. Now, shameless plug. Thank you for the fan mail. If possible, can you go to Apple Podcasts and rate my show? A lot of listeners, a lot of subscribers, but I think people just forget that. Like, can you please review the podcast? Like, give me 5 stars. Give me my gots. And write some nice reviews in the comments. Like, I love the fan mail that you send me directly anonymously. That's nice, and I appreciate that. But you can also leave reviews on the show. Like, wherever the show is played, if you log into Apple, kind of got one or whatever, and you're in the podcast, look up my show. Pull it up like you always do. Give it 5 stars and rate it. And or you can write, whatever. But I would love that. I would greatly appreciate that. Please do. Please do. All right, shameless plug over. Let's get to this. So, NABJ, we're going to talk about this Thumbs Down Award one last time. There's been some updates, and a lot of you all wanted to hear what I thought about it. And it's a lot of what has come out following the whole situation with Stephen A. Smith. I have a very nuanced perspective on it. I think there's a lot of context that people on the outside looking in don't know, and I want to provide some of that. And I'm very much so like fair. One, this is an institution. I mean, look, there's two things can be true at the same time. But how this whole thing went down, NABJ is being NABJ, and I mean that with the utmost realness. The National Association of Black Journalists is a hot mess right now in various ways, but this particular situation with the new information that has been provided, and no one's denying these facts, only furthers my suspicions about why this even happened in the first place. So Stephen A. Smith responded to the decision. So let me back up real quick. For those who are new to this situation, don't know what's going on. NABJ, which is the National Association of Black Journalists, yes, this organization that banned me for 5 years in 2023 after I whistleblowed a series of issues with the organization's structure, leadership, and also a history of homophobia. Like, these are all facts. I was a part of the organization for many, many years. At one point, I was a darling of the organization, winning their 2017 Emerging Journalist of the Year award. I was a rising star in the organization, ran for their board, served as the chair of several of their committees, including the LGBTQ task force, and also other committees and subcommittees and groups. I was their poster child for several years as a rising talent many, many years ago. This is the ban happened in 2023, but my ascension in the organization was 10 years ago when I was 25 years old. Clearly, the world has changed. So I have a deep understanding about NABJ. I was the president of the organization at that time was my mentor, one of my biggest mentor. All these people I'm no longer friends with. I was betrayed. I was backstabbed in a very ugly, public, nasty way. I did a big, huge podcast episode about that experience. You all can go back and Google. It's all there. So I want to provide that context in that regard. The current president is Erin Haynes. She was one of my best friends. She spoke at my wedding. She also backstabbed me in this entire process, and we're no longer friends. So I just want to provide all that context as well, just so y'all can understand the characters and why I feel the way I feel and why I can speak on certain behaviors of these individuals, because I firsthand had dealt with the fuck shit up front. So we're going to put that on the table. Now, this Thumbs Down Award. They gave a Thumbs Down Award to Stephen A. Smith. This is something that NABJ has done for a while. PABJ was, in 2022, went viral for us giving a Thumbs Down Award to the Philadelphia Inquirer. And in some ways, that all sparked some of the drama between Philadelphia Association of Black Journalists, which is the first Black journalism organization of its kind in the country, and NABJ followed after that. We actually predate the National Association of Black Journalists, and we became their founding chapter when our founders went to D.C. in 1975 to then create the National Association of Black Journalists. So there's a rich history. I am currently the president of the Philadelphia Association of Black Journalists, been for the past 6 years. our organization severed ties and broke away from the National Association of Black Journalists in 2022. And as a response to that, the retaliatory action of NABJ was to ban me because our organization split. Even though I was a paid dues paying member of NABJ, our organization just separated. And so the retaliatory action from them was to ban me. And that was the pettiness. They have moved on to try to create another organization and quote unquote chapter in Philadelphia. And they have been antagonistic ever since. And the new president, Aaron, who got elected last year, who used to be my friend, has had the opportunity and option to, pardon me or to review that incident and reverse that decision. She could do a lot of things and she could be an advocate in all things, but she's not because she's a hater and she's a careerist. And that's just the bottom line with it. And I won't even go there all the way, but it's up. And, it's been that way for a while and she's fake. The situation, the organization, the leadership, and many people involved with the organization are fake. And some of your faves that you all know, some of these big national journalists that you all, go up for, which I'm not even going to go all the way into all of them, but they all knew what happened. They all are silent. They all cherry pick who they want to advocate for and speak up for. And people can disagree with me as far as my style and whatever, but what happened to me was an injustice. What happened to me could have been a lawsuit. And at one point in time, I did explore legal options, but then I realized I don't give a fuck about the situation that much to do all of that. Because my mindset is if I have to go to the process of suing for a voluntary organization that I'm not an employee of, that's just one, a waste of resources. And two, I can take the hint. And also when you show me who you are, I'm not begging to go back to something that does not want me, if that makes sense. And so I have recognized that I will forever let people know, hey, because you all ask me all the time. Some people who are new to the show, to the podcast, will say, oh, why weren't you at this convention? And some people don't know. I know how the news cycle goes and you know how it be, but I will never, ever be silent about the injustice that took place with that. Have I healed? Absolutely. I don't hold this level of hatred and anger and bitterness, and I don't have that. What I do have is a voice, and I will forever let people be aware of it. You can forgive, but you can also not forget. And so do I hate any of these people? No. Do I have a level of I don't forgive them or whatever? I don't have that kind. I don't think it's an assessment on forgiveness. I don't think that's where it's at. But I have processed the reality of for me, it's more I don't fuck with you. I don't fuck with you. Do I hate you? No. Do I wish ill will upon you? No. But I'm also going to be mindful of letting people know, hey, watch out for these people. They're shady. You know what I mean? And I think that's important. I'm not, and a better question is, are they over me? Are they tired of fucking with me and the opportunities and things? That's the real conversation. They gave me the ban, not the other way around. So it's funny how people ask me, well, when are you going to be, it's yo, they did this shit to me. I didn't do no shit to them. They did it to me. I'm just speaking out about what the fuck they did to me. Let's not victim blame, right? And I'm not trying to reside in victimhood either. Let me be very clear. I was wronged, but I don't, I have the power to acknowledge something that they tried to shame me for. You know what I mean? They want to embrace this reality of being walking around saying, well, guess who was banned? Yeah, I was banned. But let's talk about what I was banned for. Let's talk about the process. I don't have any shame because I didn't do anything wrong. I think the weirdness about oppressive ass people, even when they're in your own community, is that they will try to use the same type of pejorative terms to, shame you. And it's weird because we know that there are Black journalists that are actually being suppressed and being excluded by white supremacist institutions and entities. And here you all, as a Black journalism organization that's supposed to be advocating for the free press and for journalists and Black journalists specifically, doing this. And to be very clear, I am the first and only person in NABJ history to ever experience a ban. And let's be very clear, there have been people in this organization that are known predators. Let's name it, known predators. There are people in this organization that have stolen money, and that's legal. That is factual, actual. Like, I can name names and put on receipts. There has been people who have definitely had a history of predatory behavior, like sexual abuse, sexual harassment. There are people who are known homophobes and bigots and misogynists. Like, there are a lot of people in this organization that have done some very problematic things that have been reported, that's been documented, and none of those individuals have been banned. But myself, who done nothing criminal, nothing predatory, nothing of that nature whatsoever, okay, was banned. So, just, there's been lots of people in the organization over 50 years that have done heinous things. But I am the person, my Black queer ass, independent journalist ass, millennial ass, not serving on the board, not been a staffer ass, I've been the one that has faced the ban. So, to be very clear, this was very personal. It was very personal. The president at the time, Dorothy Tucker, really was angry with me, obsessed actually, and was very determined to take me out in so many ways. And they wanted to do it as a way to ruin me. They really were invested in ruining me, trying to ruin me. And like the phoenix that I am, that didn't happen. I think that's the big thing about my haters. I don't think my haters understand that, one, you're dealing with somebody that when you're dealing with a confident, nothing is more powerful next to a Black woman who has agency and self-awareness and is empowered, right? Next to that is a Black queer man. Nothing can stop a Black confident queer man. Like, nothing. If you think that you can shame or insult a Black queer man and think that they won't turn around and flip it. I mean, have y'all not seen examples through history? Bayard Rustin, Langston Hughes, the list goes on. Like, you can never out shame a Black gay man. Like, you can never, if they're confident, they know who they are, even the things that you think you can say that can make them feel ashamed, they will flip that shit over. It's just, no, just don't even try. Especially when they know they're right. Like, you can never. You should even try. You should just go, like I remember when I was younger, this one guy tried to bully me one time, was saying all this very homophobic stuff to me. And I just turned it around each time. And to the point where he was so annoyed that he just stopped. He was with his friends, I was on the bus, and he kept saying these very problematic, hypersexual things. And I just turned around and just kept saying, I reset it back to him. Very much so. He was embarrassed. He was like, oh, you blah, 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 blah. And I was like, oh, yeah, I am. I do. That's exactly what I do. I do it the best. I'm not going to say what I said. You can fill in the gaps. I'm going to keep it very, but I said, I do it the best. I'm actually a pro at it. You heard of my work? He was like, what the fuck? I was like, he was just so annoyed. And I was like, I mean, you said it, not I. You said it, not I. I don't know why you putting my stats out there. I was a class clown. I really, I went in to the point that he was so embarrassed and so, but honestly, I could go, this story ends. So let's backpedal. You know how I told you about the trade and DL dudes early in this episode? This was a situation where this man was being very homophobic and disrespectful, and somehow it became a catcall in a way where it actually piqued his curiosity, and the guy who was bullying me actually wanted to fuck me. It was a very, again, this is problematic, but sometimes the insults are actually low-key hollers. Sometimes they want to know what that mouth do, but they don't know how to say it in a classy way, so they insult. Let me back up. Anyway, I digress. Don't bully gay people. Stop bullying gay people. You will never win. You will never win. Just stop bullying people in general. Leave people the fuck alone. But I digress. So anyway, NABJ, this fucked up organization, gave Stephen A. Smith, a fucked up individual, the thumbs down award. Okay. They gave it to him. They make these allegations that they said, listen, his disrespect to black women. They want to give him this award, yada, yada, yada. Personally, I'm going to be real with you before I talk about the rest. I thought that was a dumb move. I really did. I thought it was stupid. I felt like, Stephen A. Smith is a type of person that he is who he is. He is going to do what he's going to do. And there's no winning with a guy like that. So why platform him and amplify him in that type of way? Also, I just feel like an organization as prestigious, well, they try to be. At least they present themselves as prestigious. But an organization with that type of visibility and caliber, why would you give that award, which is like the worst? I mean, it's the one next to banning. It's one of the biggest, but they've been misplacing a lot of their energy. I just felt like it was low of them. I thought it was petty. I thought it was a waste of resources. I thought it was stupid. And I thought there was other people that could have gotten the award. Why y'all to give it to Charlemagne the God? All these years, you could have gave it to Charlemagne the God. I mean, if you really wanted to give it to somebody, give it to the Breakfast Club. You could have gave it to the Breakfast Club. Oh, but y'all are friends with them. Your people are friends with them. Y'all are all in bed with those type of people. So, no, you don't want to give it to them. But that would have been worthy. The Shade Room would have been worthy. I mean, there's bigger entities. If you wanted Vlad TV, I mean, shit. I mean, there are black media outlets that are actually causing legitimate, consistent harm. Like Stephen A. Smith he's got a platform, but like, y'all know he's owned by corporate media. Like, he's a puppet. Like, this man don't have it. Like, he's not, like, what is he doing? Like, are people really going, oh my goodness, Stephen A. Smith said this. This is like, is he come on. Like, way too much dip. Way too much dip, which makes you ask the question, what is at the real root of why they did it? I have a theory, and I'm going to present that in a minute. But let's be for real. Let's be for real. So I thought it was a stunt. I thought it was a way for them to be in the news. They got in the news. Clearly, we're talking about it. So they did that, but for the wrong reasons. And what a missed opportunity. All this other shit going on. And to be clear, they did honor other media outlets and places and people, but that took the cake. Like, the conversations that need to be had, all of these layoffs. I mean, Meta could have got it. You could have gave it to Mark Zuckerberg. Like, he would have been, like, all the shit he's done and the way in which his antics with the algorithm has done more harm to suppress black voices online. Like, I just felt like there could have been a bigger headline. No, you wanna give it to this guy who is getting a disproportion. I'm not saying Stephen A. Smith ain't influential. I'm just saying he's not worth all the attention. And you've made him more legendary. Even me, like, banning me was stupid. Because people have made me, some of my haters don't realize it. They've made me more, in many ways, bigger than sometimes I would have anticipated. Like, why put that attention on me, that spotlight? They can't help themselves. So they did it with Stephen A. Smith. And so the conversation wasn't about this very black journalism convention in Atlanta. It wasn't about job opportunities, money raised. No, it was about one moment at a gala that was not attended by Stephen A. Smith, and they gave him a thumbs down award. And that became the focal point of everything related to NABJ. And this is their attempt to talk about advocacy. Sure. Okay. So they gave him the award. Of course, he responded. One of the things that he talked about was that he had this theory that he thinks they're going after him because, he is a free thinker and he is not kowtowing to one political entity in a certain way. So he acknowledges that he went too far with Serena Williams, but he felt like his critiques of Jasmine Crockett and other people, he felt like, hey, it was fair game and he was, giving a critique. And because of that, why am I being the center of attention? Why am I being targeted this way? And he feels like it's because of him being critical of actual Democrats versus being conservatives. Like, I think his mindset was like, if I would have did this for Candace Owens, would I have been, critiqued in the same way? So it's not about black women. It's about a particular black women that are Democrats. And it's very political is what he was trying to say. yes and no, right? I think there's a yes and no to that. I don't think that is the sole reason, in my opinion. I think there is a bias slant, right? And I think one thing that he did ask, which I thought was very important, was to pull out the receipts. They never really specify in detail like how he was like attacking black women. Like there's these very vague comments, and I think it's important to note, and this is a problem. This is a problem. I've dealt with that, right? Where people have tried to say, you attack black women. It's like, no, am I being critical about an elected official that is in office? Is that attacking black women as a collective? Or is that me holding an elected official accountable? And so I think Aaron and NABJ, because they were playing politics and being petty, I think that they should have been very careful in speaking to specific individuals and what were the issues with that, rather than making these very blanket statements that I kind of feel like we have gone so far off the clip with these sweeping allegations. And in journalism, you have to provide receipts. You have to do that, and you just can't make these blanket statements. So, okay, if somebody is critical of Kamala Harris, Jasmine Crockett, someone of that nature, okay, does that mean that because they made a critique about that person that they're attacking black women? Or was they just attacking, or I won't even say attacking, were they just simply critiquing a public figure in this role? Like, I just think there's a lot of that. And if you want to say it's selective because you're like, well, he don't say this about white women. I mean, in sports, there's a disproportion of black people in sports. So it's like, there's always these critiques of like, oh, well, he's always tougher on the black male athletes. Well, he was covering the NBA. Like, there's a lot of black athletes. So it's like, and are there personal rifts and things that can be said? Sure. But like, is the personal rift a personal rift that isn't necessarily correlated to the racial identity of said person? Like Stephen A. Smith has had banter with LeBron James. But is that because LeBron James is a black man, or is that because he's in community and this is an inner community issue? So I just feel like sometimes there are people who have a bias, right? That they don't recognize that when they're trying to hold someone accountable because of a disagreement they have with someone in community, is that a person expressing their issue with someone in community because they're in community? Or is that a person that is literally targeting? Like Stephen A. Smith is a black man. Stephen A. Smith has been a longtime supporter and member of NABJ. Like, this is not like one of these Jason Whitlock people. Like, this is somebody that has grown up for over 3 decades in NABJ. Like, he got his first job through NABJ. He's in community. 2 years ago, this man won an NABJ. Like, he got high praise from NABJ because he hosted his show there. He's supported events there. He has helped people get access and opportunity at NABJ. He's done the job fairs. Even as a very prominent celebrity in his own right, he has showed up. When a lot of other of these high-profile black folks and journalists that don't want to come unless there is some red carpet rollout, this man has rolled up his sleeves and shown up. You may not agree with the things he say and do, but to frame him like that, I just kind of feel like is a little misleading to the public. Like, this man was a friend of NABJ. This man was in community with NABJ. And he has done a lot for a lot of people that are talking shit in NABJ. So I want to lay the foundation why this situation was fucked up. Not saying that what he didn't say was concerning. But here's what really stood out to me, and also reminded me of my situation. Stephen A. Smith said that Aaron, the president, and the board never contacted him or called him or reached out to him about these concerns. And so he felt a level of like a 360 a 180, like, whoa, where did this come from? Y'all wasn't saying that when I was out here cutting the checks. The year that they literally let Donald Trump come. You know, the year when Donald Trump came? You know when that all went down? He showed up and did his show First Take there live. He's doing opportunities to make sure HBCUs can cover, that HBCU sports can be covered by media outlets ESPN, making sure they prioritize the sports games for HBCUs. He sat in many meetings with ABC to make sure that there were DEI programming that was taking place to make sure NABJ was in the conversation. He wasn't the only person, but he was a part of those conversations. So, like, I just think that to try to frame him as this guy who is anti-black women, anti-community, that he's shucking and jiving and he ain't done it, that's not the full picture. That's not the full picture with NABJ. Now, if other people want to do what they do with him and call him out on it, that's fine. But NABJ, y'all fucked up on many levels. But that was dirty. That was nasty work. Because here's the thing that, again, if I was on the board, if it was me, and I know this man, and I'm in circles with him, like Erin is friends with Jamel Hill. She's friends with all these people in the sports group. She knows people that know him. Couldn't anybody call him and say, yo, get your man, or can we have that conversation? They could have. But then they would have not done their clout. So this is clout chasing. And let's be clear, Roland Martin is petty. Roland Martin got a lot of problems. Lots of problems. Problems that I won't get into on this show. But Roland Martin is a certified hater. Been a hater, hating all the time. Always using opportunities to do what he do. But they swear that's what I do. But y'all get your man. Get your man. I don't know what Peg Bundy is. I'm not talking about Peg, but let me be. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know where I said. Why did I call him Peg Bundy? I don't know why I said that. What is pegging? What is peg? I don't know. I don't know why. Freudian slip. I don't know. That's But this is what happens when you kick a dead horse. That's what happens when you sit up and you get petty and you're bitter. Go get you a neck. Go find you a neck. And mind your neck that you barely have. When you sit up here and you talk and you come after people. Oh bully. No, nothing but oh bully. Just mean. I digress. Homophobe too. He has a history of homophobia. Let's not forget why CNN let him go. But he's on this board and he's using it to score political points and be petty. Always got something to say. Nobody could have talked to Stephen A. Smith, a brother in the space, and say, yo, look, man, we need to talk to you about this. This ain't okay. Why? He would have picked up the phone. Clearly he's not ducking any smoke. You could have called him. You could have said, yo, hey, these things are happening. What's your rationale? Why are you doing this? Like, have the conversation. Let people know. We let Stephen A. Smith know we had some concerns. We had a meeting with the brother. We sat down and talked about it. Let me be very clear. Before I gave my thumbs down award to the Philadelphia Inquirer, okay, let me be very clear that I had a meeting with the publisher before that award was given out. I had multiple meetings with their editorial team. I let them know in their face that there were issues that we did not appreciate that was happening in Philadelphia with Black journalists and the Black community. We had multiple meetings, and they gave us their ass to kiss. So for the editor-in-chief to show his ass up to our event, buy a ticket and show up and show his face and think that we was not going to name it because you wanted to window dress, because you wanted to show up in that space and act like, y'all remember when this all went down? I was at the podcast then. I had talked about it then. But this man showed up with his team, with his Black employees, and thought that he was about to window dress what was going on. Oh, hell no. You don't get to, behind closed doors, not honor agreements and decisions and then show up and act like everything's all good in front of everybody. Oh, you're not going to play in our face. We had that award with his name on it ready to go. Okay? We had that award ready yesterday. And he got that award. And I stand by that award every day. If I could give them the thumbs down award since 2022, I would. It is never a bad day to give the Philadelphia Inquirer a thumbs down award. Because they have continued to erode on their commitment to Black and brown communities and to DEI agreements that we made during the pandemic in 2020. When everybody cared about racial injustice, we sat down and had a plan, an agreement, whole press release, whole handshake, everything. And they reneged. They didn't honor any of the shit that we did. Wanted to backpedal and change everything. 2 years later, they were like, oh, well, no, I don't know. We came to an agreement. You reneged on it. And it's only been worse ever since. But we did the work. So when that thumbs down award came, no one could go to me, because y'all know what y'all like to do. Not all of y'all, but some people. They love to do the whole, did you call this? Well, did you try? Like, why did you embarrass? No. We did everything. Y'all got to understand that most black people, clearly this is not what Aaron and NABJ did, but most black people, before they take that swing, they do their due diligence. So the fact that there was no meeting or conversation with this man to give him an opportunity to rethink these things, to have that conversation, to let him know how he's being received, and to do that as an organization that is taking this man's dues and membership for 30 years, I just thought that was just fucked up off of principle. It was cowardly. And so then what he also adds is that he reached out to Aaron and asked Aaron to come on his show. And she says she would prefer a private conversation. Hold up. So you're going to ambush this man publicly, accuse him of some very problematic things publicly. One could argue with slander. And you're going to do that publicly. And then you're going to want to have the follow-up conversation privately? Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. How dare you? How fucking dare you? Could you imagine being an organization that literally publicly lambast somebody like that, accuse them of something very damaging, and then turn around and when asked to have a conversation publicly, you go, oh, we should do that privately. You should have had that conversation privately before you did that call out. That's just principle. That's just like what we do in journalism. Like, we're not going to have a private conversation after we did a public call out. Now, if you wanted to do a private conversation first before a public call out, I can understand that, because maybe what you do in the private will determine what we do publicly. But you don't publicly call somebody out and then try to have a private conversation after the fact. Oh, that's fucked up. That's not acceptable. That not when you're the president of an organization. I would never. Anytime I went public about something, at that point, I was expecting to do it public, unless they want to have a private conversation. Now, if the person wanted to have a private conversation, their own interest, I mean, we could do that. But I would never, if I threw the first punch, I don't get to then turn around and then backpedal. If you go put it public and go up, it's up until it's stuck. Like right now, I have no issue having any conversation with Aaron publicly. I have no issue having any conversation with any of these people publicly. I have no fear. I am not afraid of anyone. I'm not. If I'm going to go public and say all this on my podcast, oh, absolutely. It's up. If they wanted to tweet me or threaten me or do whatever, let's go. They won't, though, because they know they're wrong. They know they're wrong. Now, if she wanted to have a private conversation with me and apologize, and we had that conversation, I would then expect next steps to be public. What does that look like? What does repair look like? I'm down with that. But there's been so much backstabbing that has happened over the years that you can't do something like that to somebody and then expect them not to. Like, what are you talking about? Stephen A. Smith said, like, let's have the conversation. They literally had Aaron had a whole platform in front of all of the industry. Let's be clear. This gala is being there. People from all over the national, international media was at that gala. This was national, international news. Like, you did that. You sat up there at that podium and made these allegations and made these claims about this man. He's asking for examples, like actual multiple examples. Like, this is damaging. You really damage. You made a very damaging thing on this man's reputation. And is it warranted? Hey, you could debate that, right? I think there are some issues with Stephen A. Smith's coverage, but I don't actually think that it warranted the thumbs down award. Not in this year, not in a year where we're seeing all of this suppression happening. There are far more qualified people that was worthy of that award before him. So instead of addressing him publicly, she went on Roland Martin's show, which, by the way, Roland Martin is the vice president of digital for NABJ. So he's her vice president. Those two did a whole show. and she's want to get on there and talk. That was whack. That was whack. I watched the interview. Whack. Y'all still talking about this man, and none of y'all can have it. Let Stephen A. Smith come on your show, Roland. And yes, I know Stephen A. Smith went on Fox News and went on these other outlets, went on News Nation, other places. Ain't the best look. But at the end of the day, I think he went on those outlets because it gave him an opportunity to defend himself. Roland should have Stephen A. Smith on his show. Roland, y'all should go as a board. Have the conversation. But honestly, Aaron's the president. Aaron needs to step up and have that conversation with Stephen A. Smith. There should be a public conversation. You should be ready to provide the receipts. Tell that man, this is why you got it. And here's like the examples. But like, don't be vague about it. And let that man have opportunity to clarify what he meant and why he did what he did. But you just can't do something like that and expect somebody to go into silence and go in the dark. Were they not prepared for this? Clearly not. So here's my theory about what I think happened, part of it. And before y'all know money is the root of all evil. Y'all know that, right? Y'all know money is the root of all evil. Y'all know that people don't do things in the vacuum. Y'all know money was in the mix. Just saying. Just putting it out there. I think that if I will say it like this is what I'll say. Notice that ESPN did not have so much of a big presence in the way that they used to with certain things with the convention this year. I would say this. If Stephen A. Smith would have showed up to NABJ this year, if he would have cut a check, if he would have really brought in ESPN and some of his resources at the community, at the job fair, at the sports task force, all the parties, if he would have really showed up in a certain way like he did 2 years ago, I bet you they wouldn't have given him that thumbs down award. Because here's what makes me gag. Stephen A. Smith been doing this shit. Arguably. Like, he's been doing this for quite some time. I don't really think there's been anything new about him. Why now? You know what I'm saying? Why now? Stupid. It's just very telling to me. I think that there is a level of, I feel like if he would have showed up a certain way financially for them, this would have not been the conversation. Because I will tell you right now that NABJ has historically played nice with Fox News. They consistently did. I know that for a fact. There are checks and deals they've done with Fox News in certain ways that have yet to even be told, but people know about it. I was there. I seen with my own eyes. I will tell y'all what y'all don't know. Maybe this isn't public news, but when I was a part of NABJ and I was a part of the millennial, they used to do a millennial, Emerging Journalist Summit. They would do. I don't know if they still do it, but they used to do it in New York City at Columbia Journalism School. For many years, they used to do this Emerging Journalist Summit. It was like a one-day summit that provided lunch and breakfast, and they would bring journalists from all across the country, would come to this gathering, and it was for young journalists that were like under 40. And I would be on the panels, and they would have these panels and things. I used to participate on them. I used to be really deep in that. And it was opportunity to, focus on young journalists and talent. Do you know that for a period of time, Fox News was the sponsor of that summit? And it was really weird. This is like back in 2016, 2017, when Trump was in, like 2017, 2018, like Trump was in office that time. And Fox News was like the big sponsor. And they would come and speak and all the shit. And this was peak Trump era, first term, okay? When the bullshit was really top tier. And they sponsored it. And their logo was on the flyers. I was there. I kid you not. And I remember, like, at that time, I was like, what, 25, 24? Like, I was definitely young. And I remember being like, why is this, why is Fox News like, this is what? But back the argument was, hey, sponsors are sponsors. And, we're not going to say no to people who are trying to support the organization. But like, I get that, but like what they're doing is detrimental to our industry. But that was the norm. That was accepted. And there's a lot of situations where NABJ has partnered with some very problematic institutions that they don't really call out like that because they're getting money from them. Corporate media, and not just media. Why you think they don't really call out Facebook like that and Meta? Y'all better look at who funding that shit. I'm just saying. So they cherry pick. And I'm not saying that they haven't criticized Fox News over the years. They've had their little moments, but they're very, like I said, they very much so cherry pick who they go after based on the almighty dollar. Just saying. So, just a little information, my take on that, my first take on that, all pun intended. I don't know how it's going to play out, but, it is what it is. I also want to say this, this big news. There is a lot of tea coming out, and I don't want to, that Hakeem Jeffries, who is the congressman of New York, that is trying to be Speaker of the House, reports have shown up that he's been meeting privately with Jared Kushner. Yeah. Trump's son-in-law had a secret sit-down with Hakeem Jeffries. And Ivanka's husband apparently is doing damage control. Like, what is going on with the Kushners? Seems like everybody want to meet the Kushners. But yeah, Jared Kushner has met privately with the Democrat that many people are seeing as poised to be the next Speaker of the House, trying to foster a working relationship ahead of these midterm elections. Yeah. Apparently, Donald Trump's son-in-law met Hakeem Jeffries inside of a mutual friend's New York City apartment where they discussed immigration, housing, and affordability issues. The New York Times reported this. Okay, so this ain't no rumor, no gossip. The Republicans are apparently increasingly embracing themselves for a big blue wave. And now Hakeem is already doing it. He is apparently poised to become the first Black majority leader. I got to say this with all due respect. He's a Kappa. He's a Black man. He's all the things. But I need to say this very clearly, and I need to make this very crystal clear. Fuck him. Very clear. Very clear. Fuck him. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck him. This is why Democratic socialists are running against these Democrats. This is why, like, privately, what? What you doing? Like, when I say sell out, I want to say another word, but I can't say that on this podcast, and I will not normalize that word here. But my friends, we gonna talk, but I won't say that word. But he's a sellout. He's a sellout. And it's fucked up. And people were trying to figure out for a while, why did Trump suddenly like Hakeem Jeffries? Started speaking a little bit favorably about him. Because at one point in time, he was running around calling Hakeem Jeffries a low IQ individual. I mean, he literally put Hakeem Jeffries with a sombrero, an AI video with a sombrero. And Jeffries considered that racist. He even ran around saying Jeffries' derangement syndrome, which was a riff on the Trump derangement syndrome. So come on. What's going on here? So Hakeem Jeffries put out a statement and, said, because Jeffries, he said, throughout this Congress, Republicans have adopted a my way or the highway approach to governing that has failed the American people. And every conversation that we have with the Trump administration, we will continue to make it explicitly clear that the affordability crisis is not a hoax and nothing short of transformational policy change is acceptable. We are fighting for an affordable America. The question is whether Republicans will join us. That's the pivot. I'm good. I'm good on Jeffries. Like, I don't want him to be the Speaker of the House. I don't care if he's the first black man to have it. Kappas, I know y'all want y'all milestones, but like, this ain't it. But, I get it. You all want y'all milestones. Y'all will claim it and y'all can have it. But Hakeem Jeffries is trash. He's just trash. Like, this man spends more time bashing Democrats and progressives within his own party but he can sit down and have a meeting with him. Man, get out of here with that. Fuck you. I'm sorry. I don't have anything nice to say. I don't. Who needs Republicans when you have Democrats like this in office? Like, I'm not feeling it. I'm not. Not a fan. Nope. No, sir. Not me. Before we get to this week's Ask Ernest, I also want to share this update because we had some updates in real time. Trump is out here bringing in cheaper ground beef, and a lot of you all was probably wondering, where's this cheap ground beef happening? Yeah, it's what's going on here. He's apparently getting some cheaper ground beef because he's talking about the affordability crisis. And so ranchers are like, how is this helping us? Because if you're importing the beef, first of all, is that good? Is it safe? Like, what's going on here? But yeah, he is working on doing something around this beef. He made this statement a couple of days ago, said he's concluded a deal to substantially lower the price of ground beef for working American families. Prices have soared. He says that he says to work to rebuild this herd and help our ranchers for the next 90 days, the United States will allow up to 300,000 metric tons of product for ground beef to be imported with no out of quota tariff. We have a commitment that this beef will be sold at a 25% below current market prices. This deal will reduce prices for Americans while giving space for our great American beef herd to grow again. But that's outside meat. From where? Like, how is that helping ranchers? Like, I don't get it. The math is not mathing, but I digress. This is happening. So, I want to talk about this. This was a question posed. This is not Ask Ernest. We're going to local politics. My bad. I was about to go there. No. We got to get into local politics because I was about to go there about this week's Ask Ernest, and we got local politics. So hold tight. So local politics. Governor Josh Shapiro we've been talking about this AI and these data centers, and I kept saying the data center situation with Shapiro was ramping up. And last week's episode, we had talked about how, hey, people on both sides of the political arena are really zooming in on Shapiro and this data center situation. Well, Shapiro's responded to it in a way that is causing some controversy and confusion and some critique, and people are having different thoughts about what's going on right now with him. I want to talk about this moratorium. It's not a moratorium, but this executive order and what I think about it and why I think that this is this still is not cutting the beat whatsoever. I'm not really impressed with this, but I'm going to talk about why. So, Shapiro has had an executive order this week, and he is blocking any AI data centers that does not, quote, bring, develop, or pay for their own power, not pass electricity costs onto Pennsylvanians, 2, commit to transparency with our communities, hire locally, fund local priorities, and gain local approval. 3, protect our constitutional rights to clean air and pure water by committing to the highest standards of environmental protection. He immediately kicks out every AI data center project from our fast track permitting program, and he prohibits all offices and agencies under my jurisdiction, which is his, from signing an NDA with any AI data center developer. This happened on August 18th. This is his effective immediately executive order. Now, this is what he's saying. He's saying that he is signing an order blocking irresponsible AI data centers. This, you all, is what we consider to be, this is what we call, what is it? What do we call this? Because I want to be very clear. What do we call this? This is a textbook example. I don't know any better way of saying it. But this is what politicians like him do all the time. And I want to bring this word into the chat. I want to take my time to bring this word into the chat. This is an equivocation. The governor is equivocating. And what does equivocation mean? Because this is our word of the week. Not that we always have one, but I want people to know this word. Vocabulary matters. And I think too many times we don't talk about why words matter and what this man is doing. So an equivocation in this way, and I want to be clear about this, okay? It's equivocation, not, want to make sure I use this word correctly so you all know what it means. It is the use of vague or ambiguous language with the intent to hide the truth, mislead, or avoid taking a clear stand, okay? He is equivocating, and that is what an equivocation is. That is what he is doing right now. Because what the fuck is an irresponsible data center? What does that even mean? What is a responsible data center? I don't know. Can you find it? And so when he says that he is blocking irresponsible data centers, let me be very clear. This man is not blocking data centers. He is blocking what he calls, quote unquote, irresponsible data centers. What? What does that even mean? It doesn't mean anything. He's creating his own terms, right? He's creating this narrative, right, that, he's taking a stance against the bad data centers. But that's like when people say police reform. I am working to get rid of the bad cops. Well, how do you define bad cops? You get what I'm saying? It's like if somebody says, we're going to stop bad smoking in public spaces. What does bad smoking mean? If you're going to stop smoking in public places, you just stop smoking in public places. No. Bad smoking. What is bad smoking? What, 2-3 cigarettes happening at once? Secondhand smoke is secondhand smoke. I didn't know we was going to put a qualifier. So, we're going to stop vaping, but cigarette smoke is okay. Or cannabis smoke. I just think it's interesting how we put qualifiers. When people do this, this is the way to distract people. So New York City put a moratorium on data centers. And I know there are people that are like, well, why are we comparing ourselves to New York City? What I'm getting to is that moratoriums stop data centers from happening, period. And when you look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, they're saying, in order for him to do that, he would have to, the state has to work on it in the Senate. Y'all, I know how the law works, okay? Please stop insulting my intelligence. Some of these folks, right? This is all the governor's fault. This is Governor Shapiro's fault, okay? We cannot keep always blaming Republicans ad nauseum. Oh, Oogie Boogie Trump. This is what like moderates and centrists do every time they want to divorce themselves from accountability. They just simply bring up Trump. They just say Trump and then act like that is it. No, y'all, there are Democrats that are fucking us over too. There are Democrats that like actually want to do some of the stuff that Trumps do, or they don't really mind it as bad as we do. Like there are things that we as a community are very much concerned about with Trump, that there are a lot of Democrats that are low key like, that's not so bad, you know? Like immigration, the whole issue with ICE. There are a lot of Democrats that are like okay with some of this shit going on with ICE. They're not against ICE the way that you all think they are. But y'all don't want to believe that because you all want to drink this Kool-Aid that there has to be a villain and a hero, and you want to, put politics in binaries where Democrats good, Republicans bad. It's really not that black and white, y'all. It's very gray. It's very messy gray. And it's very uncomfortable, actually, because this isn't happening in a vacuum. And the reason why I want to say this, because I want people to understand this important detail. How is it that when Republicans get in office, they get to do whatever they want with no checks and balances, right? Republicans get in line, like they just do every bad thing. But how come when Democrats get in power, we don't see this massive reign of like Democrats doing whatever they want to do? Why does it seem like certain Republican things are still happening under a Democratic reign? You know why? Because Democrats agree with that shit. Some of these Democrats actually fuck with that stuff. And it's not really a Republican thing. It's a politician thing. And that there's a lot of purple overlap. And so when you're wondering why a lot of Republican-esque, you think you call them Republican policies, are still happening under Democratic power, is because it was not a Republican policy. It was a purple policy. It was a policy that both of them agreed on, and they wanted to let you think that when Republicans are in power, they want you to think that all of that stuff will go away if they had the majority. It will not. It will not. It will not with the Democrats we currently have in office. You have to replace. So if you want to talk about equivocation, you have to elect better Democrats, people. You cannot continue to elect the same Democrats and expect things to change. The answer isn't just take Republicans out. The answer is take Republicans out and elect better Democrats. We got to do both. The current Democratic Party wants you to think that all of our issues will be solved by keeping them in power and not taking out Republicans. The answer is get these Republicans out and also get these complicit Democrats out. We need to elect better Democrats while ousting the Republicans. That's the strategy. I'm going to talk about that. We need to talk about that. See, they think we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. No, what we need to do is elect better Democrats in the primaries, and then make sure we work enough to defeat them in the general. That's the strategy. That's my strategy. I think we're working in a weird binary that isn't true. And this suits the corporate Democrats. It suits the ones that are getting money from private interests. We gotta flip it. So let's get to what Shapiro did here and why this is all a problem. Shapiro's been getting that Amazon money, y'all. Shapiro's been getting that big tech money, y'all. Millions of dollars, y'all. He been getting that money, okay? And he started all this. This is all his fault. Y'all gotta go back and pull up the tape, right? Shapiro said that Pennsylvania was open for business. And he wanted Pennsylvania to be at the frontier of all this AI shit. He wanted data centers in Pennsylvania. He's the one who put them on the fast track. That was his work. He gave them fast track. He accelerated the level of data centers coming to Pennsylvania. He did that shit. That was him. Taking that money, taking that corporate money, corporate dim, he took that money. Okay? And he rolled out the red carpet, right? Grid, which was a bunch of bullshit, rolled out that red carpet and let them come up in here. And what ended up happening was they came up in here, started putting shit up, and then people wasn't liking the results. Oh no, they weren't liking these data centers. Oh, the jobs, right? Because let me tell you who's behind this. Oh, it's coming out right now. These labor unions,
right? The building trades, yes, Ryan Boyer, yes, they like these data centers because they want the jobs. See, this is all connected. Pay attention, stay woke. There's a reason why the data centers are happening. Josh Shapiro isn't just doing it because he's getting corporate money. The laborers, the big, huge laborers want it because here's the issue. We've been told, right, that the advancement of technology was going to lead to a lot of union labor jobs not happening because we were being told that, the rise of technology and digital platforms and AI was going to replace a lot of union jobs and work, right? Because as we see technology advancement take place in, the country, a lot of those types of skilled jobs would be obsolete because of technology. That's what we have been told. So factory jobs and all these type of jobs would go away. Well, with all of this AI happening, we need data centers, right? And I mean, that's what they're telling us. We need these data centers and we need these factories. So as a result, these factories come with these big jobs, right? All these labor jobs and opportunities for laborers and people. But what you don't understand is that when you put these data centers in these small towns and these factories in these areas, right? You are making these people, in order for them to live, they have to also experience bad pollution in air and water quality. They're going to have to deal with all of these other issues in addition to getting these jobs. So while data centers are blowing up, right, this is the same issue with gentrification, right? Developers, right, are gentrifying our neighborhoods, but the building trades and these people love it, right? Because they're like, oh, we're giving people jobs. Yeah, but you're giving people jobs that's pushing them out of the very neighborhoods and communities they live in. Like, is anybody understanding this? Like, you're giving people jobs. Like, this is a plantation mindset. Like, this is a plantation mentality. Like, you're telling people, work in the fields because first of all, work in the fields, get low pay, only to support corporations that are going to further harm our economy and our environment. Like, it's counterproductive, basically. But people are so one-track minded and temporary, right? So you're only thinking about these jobs right now. But do you understand the lasting impact of what it's going to be in the next decade or so, and if not sooner? The noise pollution alone in data centers are horrible. But Shapiro wasn't thinking about any of that because he was too busy chasing the check and trying to appease these interests, right? So yeah, let's be very clear. There are labor unions that are like the building trades that are pro data centers because they know there's going to give them a bunch of jobs. The problem is residents and everybody else are going to have to deal with the negative impacts of this. So Shapiro acquiesced to a certain degree because he's now not going to let them fast track. Now he wants to come out and say, yeah, there was a lot of bad data centers that were not respecting communities. What the fuck did you expect? You can't tell me you didn't see this coming. You backpedaled. You backpedaled because you couldn't get away with it. You backpedaled because people called you on your shit. You backpedaled because you recognized you wasn't doing too well in the polling as you have these presidential aspirations. You made a political chess move. Everything that man do when it comes to this stuff is political. It's political. His ego is out of this world. And now here we are. So here's the one silver lining of this entire situation. Here's the one thing that I think is the best thing about this executive order. No, we don't get a moratorium. We don't get one. But here's what he did. That's a little petty. But I think it's the best thing about the executive order. If I can find one positive thing to say about this stupid policy, he is allowing individual municipalities to be able to decide the best outcomes. So if there's going to be a data center in Philadelphia County, right? If they want to put one in Philadelphia County, basically he's allowing local governments in all across the Commonwealth to decide whether they want them in their area. So there'll be town halls, there'll be all the things. So the cool thing is that Philadelphia City Council might actually put out a legislation that will put out a moratorium on data centers in Philadelphia County. Our city council members can do it. And maybe Mayor Cheryl Parker will agree with it. Maybe not. But you got to be careful about that because Ryan Boyer, who respectfully, this is just a fact, he does not live in Philadelphia County. He doesn't. He does not live in Philadelphia County. He's from Philadelphia, but he does not live in Philadelphia County. Okay? Just being clear about that. He does not live in Philadelphia County. But let's say he did. Let's say he did. Let's say that somebody in his orbit, his group did. Hypothetically. Let's just say. Let's just say. He could try to persuade city council to vote against it because, he was very pivotal in getting them to support the arena. Could he influence them not to pursue a moratorium on data centers? This executive order is now putting the issue in the hands of individual municipalities. So that means that Philadelphia City Council could have an ability to propose legislation to put a moratorium on data centers in our respective district, our area. We could do it. We could do it. This is important. I want y'all to pay attention to this because there's a lot of people that's ignoring this major detail. And I think this is something that we cannot sleep on. We have an opportunity in the city of Philadelphia to block this. Governor Josh Shapiro's executive order has one special silver lining, which is to put the power of the decisions of data centers in the hands of individual counties and municipalities, which means that Philadelphia City Council can propose their own moratorium on data centers in their respective county. That means Philadelphians will be good. I like it. Here's the barrier, though. I don't know if they'll do it because the building trades is in favor of data centers because of the whole conversation around job opportunities and growth. So they may not touch this because they don't want to piss off Ryan Boyer. But they're going to have to do something fast. Stay woke. Pay attention. Let's pay attention to where that goes. So, other things going on locally. Mayor Parker continues to duck and dodge local media. This has been a thing for quite some time. A lot of people are beginning to talk about it, but I've been following her media advisory on her schedule. As a journalist that has access to the Parker administration's, press releases and whatnot, finally, every day we get notified if what the mayor's schedule is for public appearances. On her schedule, it's been empty. There's been no mention of any public appearances for, it's been a week now. It's been a week and some change. Ever since reports of investigations, federal investigations into members of her campaign or affiliated to her campaign, she has been all quiet on the creek. She has not been saying anything publicly about any of this. And so just want to put that out there, that it's been real hush-hush from the mayor on this. I mean, just saying, she hasn't been public, right? But there's also been a lot of stories out since then. For example, one big story came out is about there's been so much turnover by her senior administration. I believe 6 out of 11 of her top people, that's more than 50%, have already left the administration in the past first term. That is more than Kenny and Nutter. They hadn't seen that much turnaround. And this has been notable that for her first term, she's had that much of her top leadership. That says something. That's nothing to sneeze at, y'all. For somebody to be in their first term, like they just get it started. Like we know second term, people begin to position because lame duck comes into place. But for you to be in your first term and to see so many top leaders, top brass officials resign for various reasons. I mean, city solicitor, manager director, a deputy mayor, the list goes on. To see all of these departures, that's a pretty big damn deal. Just saying. What's going on? What's happening? Do they know something we don't know? I don't know. I'm just speculating. Other news. What do I want to say about this? Wawa, not Wawa. Welcome America Inc. has officially announced their interim. So a couple of weeks ago, reported here on Ernestly Speaking, Michael DeBain, who was the longtime CEO and president of Welcome America Inc., that is the organization that puts on the Wawa Welcome America July 4th concert, all the celebrations. Well, he left abruptly right after that concert was a hot mess. You know, there was a lot of reports of tension between Wawa, the Wawa team, Welcome America, all this over the concert, over the mayor taking over the concert. There was a lot of controversy with this, right? Because the mayor took over the entire concert and Welcome America was like left in the dark, right? They didn't have anything to do with it. And this is an organization that she serves as board chairman of. The mayor is the board chairperson of Welcome America Inc. Did y'all know that? Like, that's why that was why that situation was even messier, because as the mayor and as the board chairperson of Welcome America, why would you leave Welcome America out of producing that concert? Like, why would you not work with your partners? You know what I mean? Like, what? Like, Wawa was left out, Welcome America was left out. Like, how did that happen? Like, right. So now you can understand why Michael DeBain was like, okay, once I'm out. So he's out. Well, the good news is that the Parker administration, Parker has appointed Nicole Cashman of Cashman Associates to be the interim CEO and president until they find a permanent person. Now, what I can tell you is I've known Nicole for a very long time. If you've noticed, you're like, wait a minute, I've heard this Cashman Associates, whatever. Oh, I know Cashman very well. I know Nicole very well. She's a great friend. We're friends. And we've worked together through collaborations and partnerships for over 10 years. She's been a very big supporter of the Philadelphia Association of Black Journalists. And I want to be very clear that she, in her role as the president, CEO, and the founder of Cashman Associates, she's not quitting her day job. That's her company. She's still going to run Cashman. And it's also should be noted that Cashman, her firm, her PR firm, has been a long time representative of Welcome America. Like for years, for decades, actually, they've been representing and doing the PR and the communications and the work around Welcome America forever. So they've already been in the mix. And so this is a smart hire. People was like, what do you think about this hire? I think it's a good thing. I think this is she's qualified. She knows her shit. And she's been behind the scenes working with Welcome America and this stuff for a long time. So if there was ever anyone to be in this position at this time to get things back on track, it is her. It is her. Sherelle Parker made the smart move here. The mayor made the smart move in picking Nicole Cashman to run that. To be very clear, this is interim. She is not quitting her job. She's not leaving her job. She makes more money running Cashman Associates than anything that the city would pay her for this job. Also, too, she doesn't want to be in this role permanently. She's doing it as a service to the city. The city should be grateful that someone as competent as her is deciding to walk into this hot mess express. And she's being dutiful. She's serving the city. She's doing a good job. She does not want to see this stuff collapse. And I agree. And so when given opportunity to bring competence in this organization and in this role, she is someone that is more than qualified to do it. She's going to do, I think, a good job. And I'm happy to know that someone that I know and respect is in that role and will make sure that, we stay abreast of what's going on. So congrats to Nicole. Congrats to Cashman and Associates. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. And I personally support it. So moving along. Like I said, you all have been following this saga with Kappa. We're going to be seeing more. The Philadelphia School District can't get a break. There's always some drama going on with them. Like they can't figure out what they want, who they want to be and what they want to do. It's been messy. It's been a messy time with them. this season. Like everybody's been trying to figure out what's going on with the money. Every time I turn around, there's always something happening with our school district and our priorities, our financial priorities. I need us to come to the table and be strategic. For real, for real. Like, we need to come to the table and be strategic. So I don't know if you've heard about, the latest situation, not just about Kappa, but the fact that there is 113,000 Philly kids heading back to class on Monday. School starts on Monday. They're coming back. Okay? I would imagine the mayor's going to be making some public appearances finally around this. But apparently 500 teachers are leaving, apparently. School is back in session on Monday. And even more interesting is the Philadelphia School District, with 70,000 empty seats, is going to be spending $7 million for a lease for a single school. $7 million to keep a lease. A judge ruled that Kensington High School reallocation can move forward. This is wild. This is wild. 52 schools remain un-air conditioned. Half days are gone. And there's a lot of administrative issues happening down the pipeline. This is nothing to sneeze at. 52 schools in Philadelphia are not going to have air conditioning. There's going to be no more half days. There is going to be a lot of changes with everything. Like, for example, there's going to be a new chief of talent. There's going to be a new deputy superintendent of academic services. There's going to be a new chief academic officer. There's going to be a lot of people who are going to have all types of other titles and roles. A senior advisor for strategic initiatives for certain folks. There's going to be a lot happening. Now there's going to be a new assistant superintendent of school management, a new person with that title. There's going to be a lot of changes happening. Lots of new principals that are going to be entering these schools. So, yeah, this is nothing to sneeze at. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. I'm really thinking about some of the stuff that's been happening, and mm. A lot's going on in Philadelphia School District, man. I know so much. Over the past week, since that episode, I have been given so many receipts and things. And look, I can't cover everything. I can't. But my heart goes out to parents who are sending their kids back to Philadelphia public schools. There's so much going on right now. And yeah. Yeah. So moving along, I guess this is the last thing I want to say before we get to Ask Ernest. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about Dîner and Blanc. Dîner and Blanc got canceled. Dîner and Blanc got canceled. This is the first time since the pandemic that it's been canceled due to the weather, right? Early this past Thursday, they were holding off and the weather happened. They canceled because safety was a priority and it was a first. I went viral, locally behind something I said about Dîner and Blanc. And I don't know why people choose to just fuck with me. I don't know why people are choosing that. People are taking a lot of risks. People are just risking themselves nowadays. But I think this is important. And I want to talk about this real quick. So I said, while playing Viva La Vida, I said, Phillies all white, let them eat cake that I brought with the table and feed party got canceled due to the weather. Thoughts and prayers to the pseudo-aristocrats impacted by this news. May you enjoy your self-funded mockery of elite fanfare in better weather. Listen, I didn't name names, okay? I didn't say Dîner and Blanc. I didn't even say their name. But of course I didn't have to. And that's shade. People were like, that is so negative. Like, why are you rejoicing in people not having such a fun time? Guys, relax. This is a first world problem. Who gives a fuck? Like, seriously, there is a publicist in Philadelphia, and I'm not even going to say their name because I'm not even going to waste no energy. But there's this petulant child. He's a man child. He's an older man that is dating someone like half his age. It's quite weird, in my opinion. Legal, but just weird. Mind you, this man is old enough to be my father. This man is 20 years older than me, but his boyfriend is 10 years, around 10 years younger than me. Roughly, give or take a change. About a couple years, about over 5 years older than me, younger than me. Like, the guy there's a major age gap, like very age gap. Like, this man is old enough to be my father. He's about 30 years, maybe 25 years older than the guy he is dating. But that's neither here nor there. People can do what they want to do. It's like, it's weird. But again, whatever. Fetishes are a thing. Have at it. Two consenting adults. It is what it is. But this guy is a man-child. He is much older than me, but he tries to talk like a Gen Zer, act like a Gen Zer, try to emulate the behaviors of a very, very young person. And he has a Peter Pan complex. Like, it's like a Neverland energy. And I'm all for people being young at heart. I'm not saying that. Let me be very clear. But it's very weird to have a super, super grown-ass man, a man in his late 50s, talking to me and coming at me like he's in his 20s. It's very, very weird. But they had a whole meltdown about what I said about Dîner and Blanc. And I want to be very clear that I don't give a fuck. I said what I said. Here's what I think about this. Look, event got canceled. Businesses, are couldn't do their events. There are people that were happy about the event and couldn't have their day. And there are people that are like, oh, you're relishing in people's unhappiness. I fucking guess. I guess. But let me be very clear. If this was a tragedy, if this was something that was like an actual legitimate, I don't know, a thing that really was like, hey, a graduation got canceled because of the weather. Something like ceremonious like that. But an all-white party that you all are going to have that next year that is cringy in so many different ways. It's like, y'all, relax, okay? So I had to put some things in perspective. People were just having these mini meltdowns. And I was like, first of all, jokes. Second of all, it's okay. It's like, for example, sports, right? You all love to be petulant children with sports. Like, when the Eagles win, you like to tear shit down and break shit. And people are told, don't be a killjoy. Let people have fun. Because you all won a game and you want to tear shit up. Where was the conversations about supporting small businesses and property then? But I'm supposed to be sad about the Dîner and Blanc getting canceled. And I'm supposed to not make jokes. But y'all can tear shit up and climb over repose and break property, act like you hooligans because y'all won a game. And that's okay. punching horses. Yeah, that's okay. You know, it's okay to show your ass because go birds, right? You can do that, and that's okay. And we're not supposed to say anything about that because, you know, it's all fun, right? Let's be very clear. Dinner Block's been around for 10 years. There are people that can't stand it. And I want to address this particular Philly publicist real quick. I didn't like change my position because I was no longer invited. I stopped going. Let's be very, very clear because I know people like to lie and I don't like liars. I don't like Santa Claus liars either. I didn't like Dinner and Blanc because I went 2 times in a row. I wrote about what my experience was. And after I wrote about the experience, I stopped being invited. But let's be very clear. I knew when I spoke out what was going to happen, which is why I said what I said when I said it. Does this make sense? Does this compute? Does this make sense? I took myself out. No one broke up with me. I took myself out. I decided, hey, I didn't get the first time. Maybe I was missing something. Win again. And let me be very clear. I was invited. I never was trying to get into Dinner and Blanc on my own. Like, I was invited. Like, I never was like, oh my God, I want to be in this ref. I never gave a fuck about it. I was invited. I went. The first time I went, I was like, I don't get it. But it rained. It rained that time. I think, yeah, it rained. It rained when I went. This was when it was on the Rocky Steps. And that was my first time going, and it rained. And so I didn't really have, the experience was like, it was kind of cute, but it was like, I wasn't fully understanding it. And then it rained. And so it was not a really good experience. So then I said, okay, I don't think it's fair to, it rained, shit happens. So I didn't, and it is an event that happens rain or shine. So they've had concerts and all kind of events in the rain. Like, it's a thing and people like embrace it. It's really interesting. I want to be very clear. That's what my first experience was like. The second time, it was at Franklin Square near Chinatown where the lanterns are. And that experience was okay. They had the carousels. It was cute, but it was also like, what are we doing? Like, what I didn't get was that I went as a guest, which means I didn't have to bring my tables and food and things. There was a section for us to get wine and do things. And so it was like this outdoor patio experience and like this like outdoor all white alfresco dining experience, right? But what was weird to me was that when I was able to really go and experience it the second time without the rain, without the craziness, I was like, wait a minute, you all are here. We're here. I did more research. I was like, wait, you all paid to come? Like, you paid money to go. You brought your own food. You brought your tables. There's a strict white dress code. They're now they're not letting people bring coolers. When I was around, there used to be coolers. They're not even allowing people to bring coolers and things like that because they're talking about it's tacky. So it's almost like they don't want the element to which people was bringing like certain things. Like, you can't even bring certain things now. Like, I think there's like all types of stricter policies. And it's like, because they don't want it to be quote unquote tacky, but it's like, well, wait a minute. You're killing like, it's already a lot of work to bring this shit. I just think it's forced. I think it's ran its course. I think we shouldn't have Dinner Blanc anymore. I think they should kill it. Like, it's time to hang it up for good. It's long overdue. I think in the era that we're in society, I don't know, people like, I think after this whole cancellation, I think it's like, sometimes I just feel like in Philly, we just do things just for doing it. And I think we're at a point where some stuff needs to just, it don't age well. Like Mummers Parade. Why do we still do the Mummers Parade? I mean, I never was a fan of it, but just logically speaking, why? Like, one tradition I'm happy we killed. in my opinion. Y'all may have thoughts about it. Some of y'all don't even know this had happened. But in July, I'm happy we killed Bastille Day when we was throwing out tasty cakes, like on Bastille Day. Y'all remember that? Do you remember all the tasty cakes that were being thrown outside of the Eastern State Penitentiary? Do y'all remember that whole, they would throw all those tasty cakes out or some shit like that? Food waste. Why? Why? Even Penn, like I remember when I went to Penn, there was this whole throwing out toast at the game. Like all this bread they would throw out toast during the game. That was like a tradition at Penn. Like at the Palestra, they would throw the toast out. And I just understand that. Like you're just doing food waste. Why is this a tradition? Why are we throwing out bread? I never understood that. Just pointless. So I just feel like there's just certain traditions that, like, I'm not for food waste. I just think anything that requires people throwing food or wasting any food is just a very tone deaf thing to do. It's not cool. Now, Dîner and Blanc is not doing anything like in regards to like wasting food, but I just think to at this point, in my opinion, to do a massive scale event like that, to charge people all that money to create this, to take up this much space in the city, to have that many people there in a city like Philadelphia and not have a mandatory charity proponent. Like, let me give you an example. My fave, Sarah McLachlan, she literally has like a $2, I think it's $1 or $2 that comes out of every concert ticket she do to go to the Sarah McLachlan School of Music. That's why I go to her concerts. Part of the reason why I go to her concerts, because I feel good that I know that even my presence there as a ticket goer, a ticket buyer, is going to support something automatically. I wish we did more of that kind of philanthropy. Like, I wish that if we're going to charge all the, like, Ticketmaster sits up here, Live Nation, all these people charge all this money to concert goers for all types of shit. I would love for there to be, with programs like this, that people would embed a charity proponent to the work that they're doing at this scale. Like, there's too many people there. There's too much money for there not to be one element to say automatically that this money, that tickets proceeds from this event, maybe $1 or $2, will automatically go to Fill Abundance, or go to some food pantry, or go to some particular cause every year. That everybody participating in this, there is a charity component. Guaranteed. Guarantee, not the option, not the, oh, check this box if you like to donate. No, fuck that. Dîner and Blanc is an international company that is literally a big, massive grift, in my opinion, that makes all this money just for vibes? Absolutely not. And so to the PR people and the influencers that get incentivized to go to it, I don't give a fuck about you getting upset about this. We're literally dealing with food insecurity and affordability in this country, and you want to sit up and throw a day party in all white. Yeah. I'm not, yeah. Not a fan. Not a fan. Personally. Not a fan. So, that's my take on that. So, this week's Ask Ernest, this is going to be a conversation that I've been waiting to have for a minute. And I feel like I've had certain variations of this topic throughout this series, throughout this podcast in general. This has come up. And the older I get, the wiser I become, the better I think the public can evolve on their thinking on these topics. And also, I think this is my most clear understanding on this issue. And I want to, and there's some levels to it, but I'm ready to talk about it. Now, I'm going to put a disclaimer here to my non-Black listeners. Listen, I don't really need your opinion. I don't need you to have anything to say about this topic, because it's not really for you to say anything. But you can listen, and maybe it will give you some insight on some of the ways that you show up in these situations. So let's talk about it. This week's Ask Ernest, somebody messaged me, and you all send your questions, but I really liked this question that someone sent me. And it was about this man named Ernestly, who I know Ernestly. He's a content creator. He's a Black content creator who's very popular online. He talks about racial justice and politics and issues. And most of the stuff he says, I agree with. I think he's very on point. I think he's very knowledgeable, and he's a great ally or accomplice. He's very much one of these I guess pro-Black, but he's very much pro-Black women. He's very much supports the LGBTQ community, and he's very big into intersectionality. And, somebody could read him at arm's length. You could say, oh, look at this little young hotep. But actually, he's conscious. Like, he's a very nuanced perspective. He's very, like I said, very proud to be Black, blackity Black, all the things. And he also has these very, he's a very intersectional thinker and inclusive. He went on T.S. Madison's show, a Black trans woman, as you all know, went on her show. He's very much in community. He's a very nice guy in person. I don't have anything bad to say about him as an individual. That being said, this question that was asked was, this conversation is going up about his spouse, his wife. His wife is biracial. She has a Black parent and a white parent. She's mixed. However, whatever definition, mixed race, whatever you want to call it. I don't have a particular word. She's interracial. And she's light-skinned. And there was this whole conversation of, this was asked to me, but also in the conversations he's been having about this topic, do you think that Ernestly's credibility is shot given that he is dating a non-Black woman or a light-skinned woman, X, Y, and Z? And this was part of this conversation of this pattern. They started the question off by talking about this pattern of how all of these very prolific Black activists and public speakers are all having this pattern of dating non-Black spouses or white spouses or what have you. So for example, Don Lemon, he's out here, in the streets, all the things. He's married to a white man. Who else did they say? They talked about, was it one of the women from the Squad is married to a white man, or dating a white man or something like that. AOC was engaged to a white man, and she's not Black, but they were just talking about all of these quote unquote woke, folks that are dating white men or white people or white spouses or whatnot. All right. Let's unpack this. And I have so many thoughts about all of this. First of all, Ernestly's wife is not white. She's mixed. She's Black and she has a white spouse. How I grew up, if you had a Black parent, you Black. And look, you are biracial, you did things, but we're not going to dismiss your Black identity in that conversation. So I don't ever, I don't play the whole whatever, you're Black, right? And there's different types of Black, which is what T.S. Madison was talking about, fluorescent beige, all the things. I'm Black, like that, they're Black. So I'm not having that kind of conversation here. So I think several things need to be very clear before I get into this conversation around dating, because I think there's a premise that needs to be clear. There are different types of Black experiences. There are people who are American descendants of slavery, right? I'm one of those people. My family are American descendants of slavery. We live here in America. Our experiences are shaped by American slavery, and we are native in many ways to this country. Based on that experience. Our coming to America is through that experience. Then you have people who are immigrants, right? They lived in other parts of the diaspora, Africa, the islands, other places. They come to America by choice, and that shapes their experience. And both of them have very clear, non-ambiguous Black patronage, right? They both of their parents are Black. There's no immediate, question around their racial identity, right? But their experience and how they view themselves and how they interact with one another are very different based on those cultural experiences. So that's one aspect, or two, but one part of it. Then you have people who have a Black relative or a Black parent, and then they might have another parent that is of a different racial identity that might be white or something else. And that experience is very different within itself. And then you have another category, I don't think people talk about this enough, are Black people who live amongst a different race of people that is not their racial identity. And that is an entirely different experience. So you could be Black and you're adopted by a white family and you are around mostly white people. Like you don't, but you're adopted, but you're not biracial, you're, indigenously Black, however you want to describe it. And you're around white people. And you're pretty much cut off from any type of real cultural, social experience with people that look like yourself. So that's a whole different experience. As a Black person that have two Black parents, grew up in a very Black environment, I personally feel that so much of the frustration that comes from people that have these conversations about interracial dating, about people dating outside their race, and all these different issues, I think it is shaped by a public sense of anti-Blackness that's not caused by the people involved, but by society. There is an active erasure of indigenous Black American experiences in America. And what I mean by that is that it is very hard to engage with media, content, and society that normalizes Black Americans living amongst each other, being romantic with each other in non-problematic, stereotypical, in negative ways. This is not to say, let me be very clear, it's not to say that these things don't exist. It's just, I want you to understand the issue. I'm not telling you to agree or disagree. It's not up for debate. I just want you to understand the framing of this issue, right? And why a question like that was asked and what is the basis here. It feels as though, and I know it's such, in our society, not by the people who are who they are, right? No one chooses how they're born, right? No one tells their parents to birth them a certain way. Like that's not the fault of any of the individual involved, right? But I want to state the societal issue because so often it's like a man, it's like being like for myself, I'm a man. I could get mad all day about how women complain about sexism and the patriarchy. That's their right. Am I the man who did the things? No. But that reality, that lived experience exists for them. And I'm not going to, as a quote unquote proper man that respects women, I'm not going to center myself and my own self-righteousness in a conversation that's bigger than me. So we need to be clear about that qualification. But all that being said, we live in a society that has actively and continues to actively erase healthy, positive, enlightening relationships that involve two Black people that are American in our society. A lot of times, if they are Black immigrants that are from other countries, there is a romanticization and a fetishization that takes place that makes the relationship foreign in a way that feels inaccessible. So we can see movies of Black people from other parts of the African diaspora in family communal settings, right? Like there can be conversations about Nigerian households and island families where they're big families, they live together and they eat culture, but they're treated as foreign and inaccessible to modern American life in this context. I'm talking from a United States context, right? I'm not talking about globally. I'm talking about how we talk about race or we engage with blackness in this construct. So it is easier to witness, like I see a lot of black weddings that are often international. They're global. They're foreign. They're not U.S. Where I have witnessed more on social media weddings between two black people that are Nigerian Americans or immigrant weddings, where those weddings are celebrated and highlighted and talked about in pop culture in a way that people normalize it. Like when you think about other cultures, like, Indian weddings and things, like Nigerian weddings are oftentimes in that same regard, or, these weddings that are cultural, like they're like blackness in the international sense is treated in this very cultural exchange. And what I am getting to is that Black American culture, we're never oftentimes there's almost like people think we don't have a culture. Even in the African diaspora, right? There is a notion that Black Americans don't really have a culture, or that it's always hip hop is considered the lexicon, or this idea around slavery, but not understanding the other cultures and customs. Like, we're finally embracing Juneteenth, like as a national experience, even though that is being, kind of stripped of its actual identity. But there is so much rich Black American history that don't get talked about because we exoticize it. And also, we're not recognizing the distinctions between nationality, ethnicity, and race. But that's a whole nother conversation. But I want to lay the foundation of saying that we need to identify this problem. Black American relationships from two indigenous Black people is a very rare thing, which is why there's often conversations of Black love, because we don't see that often in society, in our media, in our movies, and our pop culture. And even when they are shown, oftentimes it is done in a very exoticized, very foreign, very international type of discourse rather than a very American Black-centric experience. That's just the society we live in. That's just a fact. It's not blaming anyone yet. That's not it. Why is that the case? Anti-Blackness, racism, colorism, all of those things shape that issue. So that's a real problem. And anybody, regardless of whatever relationship you're in, we can acknowledge that. And if you can't, then you're being intellectually dishonest and the conversation stops. But for the people that can acknowledge that, now that we know that, we recognize that problem, right? We have that issue. Now, other things can happen. Multiple things can be true, right? We also recognize that people love who they love, right? And so people can naturally love someone outside their race. That's a real thing. Like, there's no question about it. And we also know that there are people who date outside their race for reasons that are rooted in internalized anti-Blackness. But those are two different categories of people. They should not be conflated, okay? Not every person who dates outside their race is doing so because they have some insecurities around their identity and who they are and yada, yada. No, some people just are open to dating different people and have different experiences, and they fall in love with people who understand them and get them, and that's a very good thing. Like, there's no issue there. But let's understand that we also recognize that there are people who go out of their way to date outside of their relationship. We hear it in music. We see it in pop culture. We see it on dating shows. We hear people have a fetishization of dating outside their race on both sides. White people that go after Black people purposely for various hypersexual stereotypical reasons. This is how you get BBC. This is how you get the porn fetishization of Black men. When we say BBC, big black cock, or you get the big, huge fetishization of Asian women or other ethnicities based on different reasons, right? So we definitely understand that there is another aspect to dating outside of race that is rooted in fetishization. And so we have to be honest about that reality, because we got friends or people in our networks and our groups that purposely say things like, I only date white men. Black men are too violent or too aggressive. And this is being said by other Black women. Problematic. Or you see Black men say things like, I'm not dating Black women. I don't want to date black girls because they're this, they're that, they're blah, 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 blah. They're too ghetto, they're this. Projecting stereotypes intentionally. So we have that going on, right? And in a society, an anti-black society that is already dealing with racism from people who don't like anyone, white supremacists in media and in public will amplify black people who are inheriting and projecting anti-blackness. Because it's easier to use a black person who was already anti-black within themselves to be the mouthpiece of white supremacist ideas. And so it's easier to see an amplification of white folks in media and in powerful positions that are allowing black people who are dealing with anti-blackness to push out and espouse ideals that if they said it, they would be deemed a racist, but they think they're off the hook because they let the black person say the thing that they want to say. So we have seen this perpetuation in society that creates this fraction, these fractions, the division, right? So now go back to Black Americans that are in these spaces, that are in romantic relations with other Black people, that are in community with Black people, that are having this experience that is being exploited or being reduced and being erased. When they see these narratives in the public eye, there's a level of resentment, rightfully so, about how they are being perceived and how they're further being maligned by these representations and this imagery. Whether intentional or not by certain people, they're recognizing it. This expands in media on various accounts, not even just in dating, but we'll get back to dating, but in society. So for example, as a Black journalist that has covered race and politics, one of the biggest challenges I've noticed as a Black journalist who comes from a Black family, who is very much American and have a different unique experience, so much of a lot of the Black journalism or journalism nationally that talks about race is oftentimes the major voices are individuals who either A, are biracial, or B, are in mixed racial relationships. And that is, I'm not saying their love and their experiences by design, but I do think that in particular, white people have weaponized these experiences by design. So what I mean by that is that I have seen situations where I have witnessed white publications reject pitches by indigenous Black people. And when I say indigenous Black people, I'm referring to, in this context, American context, Black people who have two Black parents that are raised around Black folks. That's what I mean by indigenous Black people. I've noticed that their stories about Black life and experiences are not being picked up or being covered. That is very seldom. The one time I will remember in my experience as a Black journalist, as an indigenous Black journalist, I recognized that the only time those stories got really picked up was during the racial uprisings. Like if I wanted to explain my Black lived experience without it being connected to state-sanctioned violence. So if I wasn't writing about policing, if I wasn't writing about the criminal justice sense, like traumatic experiences, nobody cared about my experience, my Black experience. I fortunately was at a publication at Philadelphia Magazine I was writing where I had an editor that understood those experiences. And he was white, but I was explaining to him why it was important for me as a Black, first generation college student, that I was able to write about my experience at Penn, because I was that piece I did was called A Black Face in a White Space, My 4 Years at Penn. What you all may not know, this is years ago, go read it. It won major awards. It was a big experience. That was one of the first pieces at that time, in that moment in Penn's history, because we could go back to the 90s, it was a different conversation. But in that moment, that was one of the few big national pieces that was written by a in big in a indigenous Black voice about the Ivy League experience in a major media outlet that got like so many of, and I don't know if y'all have noticed this, but Penn specifically had this problem. And a lot of Ivy League schools do this, that when they highlight Black students, many of those students, they love to pick Black students from African countries. They like to pick Black international students or immigrant students to tell this story in the way in which they express their patriotism and gratitude fits a lot of these white savior narratives that are not the same than a Black student like me who grew up, upper, working class, had this experience, had this education. I didn't fit that bubble. And so many Black student experiences from indigenous Black students were erased a lot. And so for me to write the story, I remember when I pitched this, people were like, what's the big deal? What's the story? I don't get it. But I was like, you got to understand that at a school like the University of Pennsylvania, that predominantly white school, that Ivy League institution, so many narratives and people sharing their Black student experiences for a major outlet, a lot of those students were not actual Black American students. Like their experiences with racism, their experiences with identity, we weren't getting a voice. And if you really read so many of those stories, a lot of times, the only times you do hear about those Black college experiences, you're often hearing it from students at HBCUs. This is a lot to unpack. I won't go into all the in-depth here, but just start thinking about the ways in which we look over the years about how colleges and even institutions, how Black people are celebrated. Even when you think about Hollywood, right? Which there is Hollywood's a little complicated. But notice that a lot of the Black actors that are being highlighted oftentimes are not Black American actors, or they're not, or the way in which they're discussed in a level of prestige or consideration, how they're casted. It's a lot of conversations there. Michael B. Jordan is a success story. Ryan Coogler is a success story, but they're oftentimes anomalies to the larger conversations, like finding Black indigenous actors that are American, that's not mixed race. It's very hard to go down that canon to see who gets in those conversations. Denzel Washington is an anomaly. Viola Davis is an anomaly. If you really look at the slate of actors that are often celebrated or given Oscars or given conversation, there's a certain representation that is being done there. But that is how it's done across various fields. There's a model minority identity that's placed in these types of conversations. So we can't lose that larger concept of how race is being discussed. So what I mean by this is that when you look at mainstream media conversation around race, a lot of the people leading these conversations are biracial. They are. Or they're in mixed racial relationships. It's very seldom that or they're immigrants. They're not necessarily natively born. Because there is this mindset that white editors have had in mainstream media for quite some time that Black American descendants of slavery, American, like any of these individuals, that if they talk about race, they're not saying anything profound or new, which is bullshit, mind you. But that has always been the argument. They're not saying anything new, that there has to be this extra unique angle, even though that angle has been used all the time. The angle is, oh, I'm Black and I have a white family member. I'm in a dichotomy, torn between two different identities. We've heard that story 5,000 fucking times. I feel like in this era, it is very rare that we hear Black American indigenous stories from people from these communities. Why is it that we live in an anti-Black society that feels like the only way you can have a conversation about race with Black people is if there is some element or some conversation that brings whiteness to it? And I remember a national editor, I won't even name names of the publication, but I will tell you that I remember one time an editor told me that they felt like the reason why these things were happening is because white audiences, they felt, could not be able to identify with these issues unless they saw themselves in the story. I got one movie for you. Moonlight. Bullshit. Moonlight is a good example. Moonlight won Best Picture. Great film. Came out 10 years ago. Did you all notice that in Moonlight, there was no white people in Moonlight? And there's so many white people that watched that movie. It's funny that this is with black people. There are so many international films that are like from Asia that get like Parasite. There were no white people in Parasite. Why is it that there is no way that we've been told this narrative that white people cannot consume black stories or content or media unless white people are in it? That's not true. But this is the anti-blackness that makes black people, this is why this tension is existing, because we're feeling as though, there are some people that feel as though there's no way for black experiences and storytelling to be told in this very unique experience without there being the presence of whiteness in the conversation. Like, white people can tell full stories, and I have not one single black person or one conversation around confusion of racial identity. It will not be an issue, and people can watch it and resonate. And you can resonate with the personalities, the characters. Like, I watched Succession, and yeah, they sprinkle a couple of black people every blue moon. They had Sanaa Lathan one time, but Succession is a very white-dominated cast. I could watch that show, and I can resonate with some of the issues and themes and sibling and civil rivalries and issues with family dynamics. I can resonate with those characters without having to be so inert. Like, if black people can do that, white people can do that too. But in white supremacy, we're told that everyone else except white people have to bend to the rule. And that's why that's white supremacy, right? This idea that white power structures are supreme, that everyone else has to change and compromise, and they don't. That's the reinforcement in these types of ways. So I'm laying this foundation to just let you see the scale. I want you to understand the framework of how I'm coming about this conversation around this topic around consciously in these discussions. So now that we laid down that we are an anti-black society and that we know that media representation and conversations are very actively invested in not having any representation or conversations of indigenous black American people. Now that we are clear on that premise, because it's a fact. I mean, the research is there, the stats are there. I mean, we think about it. What has happened in our society, and I think this is around racial anxiety, right, is that we've seen an increase of a commodification of blackness. And what I mean by that is that we have seen a stronger level of people performing their racial identity in ways that are arguably I would say performative, right? Well, performative. No, like in a way that appears to be very, I want to use the right word because I know this can go left real quick. Very stereotypical. I guess I'll use that word. Very stereotypical. Very exaggerated. Almost caricature. Yeah, caricature. There are black people in mainstream media in our society that perform blackness in a way that models a caricature of what they think the public wants to consume. And this type of behavior oftentimes come from black people who are isolated from community. So when they enter community space, they feel like they have to perform a caricature of the blackness that they grew up watching on television or in pop culture because they don't have lived experiences with other black people. Now, they are black racially, right? But their experience is not that. And so oftentimes they enter black spaces later in adulthood and they adapt these very performative caricatures of what they think is black culture, which oftentimes is an exaggerated form that is driven by corporate media interests to further capitalize off of these experiences. And so what happens is when you treat Blackness as a costume, as a performance, then it becomes something you can commodify. Okay. And what that means is that it's something that people think that they is a means to achieve rather than be. So they think that, oh, I have to go here to these places. I have to eat these things. I have to listen to this type of music. I have to talk this way. I have to walk this way. And they think that that is what quote unquote Blackness is. But any Black indigenous American who's actually lived this life will tell you that Black culture is so much ingrained in American culture in a way that while Black people were enjoying Black artists and food and culture, we also had an experience with American customs as well, which is why, here's an example. I'm going to give y'all a beautiful example right now. When Hayden Panettiere died, which was unfortunate and tragic, did you not notice a wave of Black people, like in pop culture, that were like sad that Hayden had died? Why? Because we grew up enjoying Hayden in a very unique way. Because Hayden Panettiere, who I grew up watching, right, for my own experiences, right, she was in Remember the Titans with Denzel Washington. She was in, what was it, Bring It On, the sequel with Solange. Like, we knew Hayden Panettiere in a very unique way because she was an actress that was in films with Black actors, and we knew who she was. And there's a special level of like, yo, that's our girl. Like, we do. Like, we don't play about Britney. We experience Britney in a unique way. Like, Black people can experience these cultures in a way that means something different to us. Doesn't mean that we don't live in an island where we don't know these people. We are Americans. We live here. We see all these things. We have our own experiences with it. Like, Black people, for better or for worse, we know who Jerry Springer is. We know who Maury is. And we know who Barbara Walters is. We understood a Barbara Walters interview. We understood that. Like, we were a part, we engaged. But how we consumed those things were our unique experiences, but we definitely knew about them. And so it's always been interesting to me that there's this weird, again, this is propaganda that I will not subscribe to. That somehow there's been this like revisionist history and this erasure of like what it means to be Black in America, but what it meant, what the Black experience was and what it is. That I've noticed that certain Black people, because I'm going to hold us accountable for this, that certain Black people, for various reasons, that were isolated from community, have created these pathologies that they've drank in this Kool-Aid, and it's this fucked up, like, mythicism around Black community and culture. Like, they'll say things like, oh, I never fit in with the other Black kids because I wasn't hood and I didn't sag my pants. Shut the fuck up. Like, what, come on. That's really the argument? That's the case? Or I didn't fit in with the Black kids because I liked goth music and rock music. Growing up, like, I wanna so badly ask people, where did you get that from? Like, as a Black person that grew up, like, I could tell you that anyone who grew up amongst Black kids that were Black, there was always a very, what I call, emo crew of Black kids. Like, there was always a group of Black kids that had their own taste and their own things. There was always. I went to Ely Fellowship High School, a public school that had 5,000 Black kids. 5,000 kids, but largely Black and brown students. Growing up, there was always a Black theater troupe of kids that were Black theater kids. I was one of them, knew all the musicals. There was also the Black sports kids, right? The kids that wanted to get the sports scholarship and play sports. There was always the very, like, rock Black kids that were, like, into rock music, very much dark. They was very different. They were in a unique world. There was always those kids. And we were always amongst each other. And so this idea that somehow one has to, go to whiteness as a means to fit in. It's like, were you ever there? Like, were you there? Were you there? Because I don't know where these stereotypes come from. And some people's parents project that on their kids. You're not like the rest of them. My kid doesn't go to schools like that. My kids don't hang out with kids like that. It's like, what kids are you talking about? Do you know those kids? Have you been around those kids? Or are you just projecting the stereotypes? Never knew that world. I went to Hot Topic, y'all. Like, there's a whole culture of black kids who went to Hot Topic. Party like a rock star. Do you know any, like, black millennials, please stand up. Because one of the things that get me laughing, like makes me laugh the most, is like there's like a whole erasure of these experiences because somehow we were all the same. We were all doing the same things, but we were not. We were not. Like there was a whole era where black kids were dressing in goth and were going to Hot Topics and wearing the like there was a whole era of that. Like, what are y'all saying? What are you doing? But there's been this pick-me. We in the black community and every community, there's always been a subset of pick-me's that always were like, for whatever reason, dredged in anti-blackness and wanted to be different. We always know those people. They swear up and down. Like even now, I'm a free thinker. I'm a Republican. Baby, there's always been black Republicans, honey. There's always been black Republicans. Condoleezza Rice, Colin Powell. Like the list goes on. Baby, there's always been black Republicans. Y'all are not special. There's always been black Republicans. There's always been black conservatives. Like, I don't know where, have y'all been divorced from the community that y'all didn't know? There's always been black conservatives. Now, these mega people are different, but there's always been black conservatives. Anybody remember Mia Love? You know, she's dead now, but R.I.P. Y'all remember Mia Love? Huh? No? Okay. Like, I just don't know why we got this history. Like, I got to give y'all a brief history because sometimes we're just sprouting out misinformation and putting out lies. I really need to write another book. I don't know. Like, I just feel like as a black American that grew up, there's always been these experiences. So like when Hayden Panettiere died, we lost it. We're gonna lose it when Dolly Parton passes away. Let me tell you something. Black people are gonna feel that. When Betty White died, we felt it. I don't understand why y'all think we're not in the culture. We are the culture. We're here. We're going to probably feel it worse. If we lose, when we lose Dolly Parton, we're gonna feel it, y'all. The black community will be mourning. We were mourning Hayden Panettiere. We were mourning that. When we lose Dolly Parton, it's going to be a problem. It is. We have a cultural connection, Dolly Parton. 9 to 5 is a hit that stick like grits where I grew up. Like, I just think we just don't, I don't know who the fuck is putting out these lies, but black folks have always been tapped into the larger cultural conversations. Always. We've never been isolated. I don't know why people have put out these stereotypes. I don't know why people have put out these narratives like we weren't already there. We've always been there. Even in Philly, like there is cultures in Philadelphia to which black folks were a part of those cultures and experiences. I don't know why there's this narrative, but anyway, I need to lay that. So back to consciously. There's a lot of commodification of blackness. There's a lot of people that project these stereotypes. I call them blavity blacks, where they have been isolated from other black people, or for clicks and views, they have put on a very high functioning level of what they think blackness looks like in this very hyper performative way. The problem with this is that a lot of these people who do this, their experiences are more nuanced than this all black everything, black business, black owned, blackity, black. Like, that's just so like, okay. You know, it's like, okay. Like this, but there's a hyper performance of that, right? And there are people who've made identities and brands off of that. The problem is that to be a black American in this country, you know that in reality, it's not as black and white like that, right? Like, our experiences and our customs are more complicated than this whole all black everything, black 365. I eat black, I think black, I sleep black. Like that's just so performative. Like, to be an American, to be a black American, that whole Pan-African ideology is so performative because it's capitalism in our society does not allow that. Now, here's the thing. I do get the idea to strive towards uplifting black people and culture 100%. I mean, duh. That's how I live. But I'm also not ignorant to the realities that we are people and we like what we like, and that doesn't, we like, listen, like, I love various music. I've always have. Like, Black people have grown up enjoying various artists. Like, we've never not. Like, we can experience cultural exchange without questioning our identities, our commitment to our communities. But when you have people that commodify Blackness in a certain way, they put themselves up as a trap. And here we arrive at the problem. There are certain Black people that have tried to commodify their Blackness in a way that when there are what appears to be a contradiction to that, there is a spotlight on them in a way that they have to wrestle with. I like Consciously. I do. I like his content. However, let's be clear. Consciously is somebody that some people might view as one of those people that commodify Blackness in a way that feels very performative. I'm not questioning who he is as a Black person, but I do think that in many ways, he pushes out a certain level of Blackness and commodifying in a way that sometimes feels very, very performative. I don't know what to say. He is Black. I do believe that deep down inside, he is for uplifting and amplifying Black people and things. I do agree with that. But I do think that the way in which he mocks and makes jokes and says certain things, you would imagine that with that type of branding, that the way in which he lives his life, there has to be a level of consistency. So when people saw his wife, who appears to be racially ambiguous, people didn't even know she was Black. She is, apparently. She's mixed or whatever. But because of his wife's appearance, people thought that, wait a minute, what's going on here? When you got people like, this happened with Kendrick Lamar. You got songs like Poetic Justice, and you're talking about the Black of the Berry and all this stuff, and then you're dating a woman who's very light-skinned. People begin to say, And here's the problem. It's okay for those men to date who they date. And I don't question their Blackness for it, personally. But the problem is that when you brand yourself a certain type of way, that you create spaces where there's no opportunity for nuance, there's no open space to consider that two things can be true, you've opened the door for people to speculate in a way that they might not with other people. That is how we arrive to this conclusion. I had to lay this foundation down so you can understand why certain people in the Black community is now looking at him a little sideways. Because they're like, well, wait a minute. You've been amplifying Black love and all these things that resonate with us. And here you are with somebody that we don't even know whether or not she Black or not. Now, I'm not speaking for myself. I don't play those games. But I want to be clear to understand that this is some of the attitudes that certain people have. And that is why there's some backlash there. Because across the board, there's a lot of people that's like, here you all are making these arguments, having all these questions about other Black people's Blackness based on how they're showing up. And these people are married to Black spouses and things. Like, this is why I tell people, don't commodify Blackness in that type of way. Because one way, one side or other, you're going to slip. You're going to slip. Because we're humans. We're not robots. And so you should be very careful not to project these types of metrics. Because when you get caught, quote unquote, or when people find you, quote unquote, slipping, and mind you, this is all proverbial. Like, none of these slips are real issues. None of this are real questions. But when you play that game of commodifying Blackness, somebody is going to fuck with you one step of the way. I don't play the commodifying Black game. I don't. I'm Black. I know who the fuck I am. I don't got to do all this shit that y'all doing. I don't celebrate Kwanzaa. I don't. I recognize it. I appreciate it. I think it's beautiful, but I don't do it. I don't celebrate Kwanzaa. I don't. I just don't. And there's nothing wrong with Kwanzaa. I don't celebrate it. Like, I don't make it a point to do the candles. I think it's a beautiful holiday. I think it's wonderful. I don't have an issue with it. I just don't celebrate it. I don't have the candles. Maybe I should. Maybe I should reflect on it. But I'm not playing this game. I'm not playing this game. I'm not. I'm not playing this, oh, you Black, if you don't do this, you don't do that. I'm not doing it. Because one way or the other, somebody gonna say something. Okay, I didn't get any of my degrees from HBCUs. I'm a professor at HBCU. I love teaching Black kids. I love being in HBCU spaces. I didn't go to an HBCU. Okay. I didn't want college debt. It didn't work out for me. I didn't get a scholarship to go. I applied. I was interested in some HBCUs. It didn't happen for me. That's okay. Am I not black? I'm not playing those games. I don't play those games. There are people that play those games. They'll sit up and say, oh, well, I went to a HBCU. Okay, congratulations. That's a great thing. Some people, no shade, I'm going to go there. Some people have grown up in environments, they're Jack and Jill kids, where most of their black experiences are limited to very elite spaces of blackness. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that either, right? There are people who live in predominantly white neighborhoods, but they put their kids in HBCUs so they can have a black experience when they turn 18 years old. I can't tell you how many of my friends and some people I'm in my fraternity with that did not have space with black people unless it was through Jack and Jill and through an HBCU. I'm not judging them. But as somebody who lived my entire life and went to public school and have lived amongst black people and people that look like me and never changed that, going to an Ivy League school was not going to make me be disconnected from who I am as a black person. Just saying. Just saying. And in no shade, some people who critique those who are black that go to Ivy League schools don't know the history of black people. You would not have an Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity incorporated unless there were young black men on December 4th, 1906, if it wasn't for those black men that went to Cornell. You would have not even had the foundation for the Divine Nine had it not been. Because Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated is the first black intercollegiate fraternity. They're the first of all the Divine Nine. You would have never had that if there were not black men in Cornell on that icy cold December 4th, 1906. Nearly 120 years ago. You would have not had that. So let's not know our history, because we would have not had that. You want to talk about HBCUs? How did those HBCUs get funded, the first ones? How did they get that money? How did we get the NAACP? Know your history. So we got to just have this shit in context. Like you can't, you got to know things in context and not play these commodifying chips. And when I say commodification is that there are people who just simply go, this says black, I did this black thing, therefore I'm black. And if you didn't do this black thing, you're not, like, I'm not doing this shit with them. Because the people that do that, most of the people that do those games, that play those commodification games, real rap, are often people that feel insecure about their own identity. And so they feel like they have to buy their way into blackness. Some of the most black things in America does not require you to buy a damn thing. You don't have to buy a ticket to the Roots picnic. You don't have to buy certain clothing and certain t-shirts. You don't. You don't have to go to certain trips on certain places in order to have these things. Sometimes breathing, existing, and advocating for the upliftment of our people is black enough. Just saying. Like, I'm not playing those games. I don't play those games. You black, you date a white woman, okay. You're a black woman who dates a white man, okay. Do you love yourself? Are you checking your white spouse on anything that might be anti-black that shows up in a relationship? Cool. As long as you're self-aware of who you are and you love who you love and you showing up in a way that's not harmful to the community, be you, do you, love who you love. I don't care. That's my overall thoughts. My issue is that I think the problem is that people think that these visual aesthetics define people's behavior. Not necessarily. Sometimes they do, right? I think there's something to be said about Clarence Thomas. But not because Clarence Thomas married a white woman, but because of the fact that Clarence Thomas is who he is and the stuff that he did. I'm not surprised that a man who is anti-black, that do the things that he do, could also marry a white woman who is a far-right Republican. Like, I don't think that is a far thing to believe. Like, because then the question becomes, what black woman wants to marry Clarence Thomas? I mean, clearly Anita Hill was not interested. I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like, sometimes we're fighting for things without recognizing who wants you. You know, like who wants you? I was at the barbershop the other day, and I want to keep it 1,000. This black man was in the shop talking about black women this, black women that, and and I want to date white women this and third. This woman was there. A sister was in the room, and she literally said, "Oh, by all means, please date them because we don't want you. Have you ever considered that? We don't really want you. We don't want you. You can have that. You can do what you want to do. Have you ever considered, like, hey, have you ever just imagined that maybe the anti-black man that's doing anti-black things, maybe we just don't want him because he doesn't want us. He doesn't even want himself. I rest my case. That was a read. But take some time to process that. There's a lot to unpack there. That could be a whole conversation, all of that. But to answer the question to the person who reached out to me about the consciously situation, I hope that answers your question thoroughly. I want you to not look at these things as isolated, but a part of a larger conversation around blackness, race, identity, all the things. So that's that. Wow, that was a lot, but we had to have that conversation. It's going to be a long podcast episode, but we need to have it. And it was a long time. It was a long time coming. So, movies. The Odyssey is the highest grossing rated R film of all time. And the cool thing is about it is that it is coming out on November 17th, streaming November 17th. That's a long ass time. I would have thought that it would come out faster because right now, Toy Story 5 is already out. Devil Wears Prada 2 is already out. Like, Odyssey, why are we waiting this long? Why y'all dragging this out? I feel like they're doing it because of Oscar season. They want to bring it out again. I mean, they're just going to milk the cow. But they're on a good run. I mean, this is Christopher Nolan's big hit. And it's funny because a lot of people thought that Christopher Nolan was going to, like, his movie was going to be, something different. But I think that he is one of those premier directors, him and Ryan Coogler. I think Ryan Coogler and him are the two top directors in Hollywood right now. They are directors that people will go see their films because they're directing it. They got the power right now. They got the juice. I feel like anything that Christopher Nolan puts out, people are going to go watch it. More so than Steven Spielberg. I feel like at this point, Steven Spielberg, I don't know. I think he's, people are not running to see a Steven Spielberg film like that. Like, Disclosure Day was all right, but like, I think, I don't know. I think he's in a funk a little bit. But people like Christopher Nolan, he could do a movie right now and people are going to run just because it's Christopher Nolan. Like, he does it, like the cast alone, he alone can sell a movie. I think the same thing about Ryan Coogler. Anything that Ryan Coogler is doing right now, he has proven that he can do box office gold. A Ryan Coogler film, especially if you got that Ryan Coogler, Michael B. Jordan combo, the way that Spike Lee and Denzel Washington was in the 90s and early 2000s. I mean, Inside Man is incredible. I love that movie. But Denzel and Spike Lee got that combination. Martin Scorsese and Leonardo DiCaprio got that combination. I think there are certain filmmakers that can bring people out like that. And I think that the top two right now to do it, in my opinion, the top two to do it is Ryan Coogler and Christopher Nolan. They drop a film, we're going to go see it. We don't even know what the premise is. Jordan Peele kind of has that a little bit. He had that for a while. I don't know if he has it as much nowadays, but Jordan Peele, I feel like, has that kind of pull, or at least had it. Still might do. I feel like his other recent movies haven't been as strong as Get Out, but I feel like he still has that pull. Like, if Jordan Peele puts a movie out, we are going to still give it an eye because of just how masterful Get Out was. But I think Ryan Coogler and Christopher Nolan has it. Any movie they drop, we don't care who's in the film, a star can be born. But they're also the type of directors where they should use that, and they are doing this, to resurrect the careers of other actors who are struggling, and also give people a new star, a person we've never heard of. Like, I think that's what, Ryan Coogler is doing with the new Black Panther. He's got this actor that has been a rising star, but he's about to cast him as the new T'Challa. And that should be a moment, right? But hey, I think that's what we want to see from filmmakers. Like, it's exciting. I mean, remember when we was younger and it felt like, a director that came out with something, we all ran. Like, directors were known. We're getting back to that era where directors are having a name, because for a while, it seemed like people stopped focusing on directors and focusing more on actors. But now I think we're going back to the director's era. Like I remember, growing up hearing of directors, right? Like, okay, Steven Spielberg, Francis Ford Coppola, Martin Scorsese. These were the types of directors, right, that we knew. Like if they did a film, Spike Lee, of course. But like those were the guys. Like they were the titans. Any film they put out, Anthony Mangella, you had certain people that, put out films, and no matter what it was, people were here for it. Spike Jonze. I'm thinking about certain people right now, like certain directors that I know there was so many great directors that we grew up knowing about, and they were big deals. But I just remember the films I grew up watching, like Casino and Goodfellas, and yeah, like I mean, She's Gotta Have It, Do the Right Thing, Crooklyn. Like there's just so many movies made by certain directors that I just remember growing up. I mean, now if you want to talk about Black directors, right? You had people like Robert Townsend, you know, iconic, right? You know, uh F. Gary made some really great films, classics. Um, I'm thinking about this one guy who just made all the hits and still making good hits. He's my frat brother. And I mean, if you think about some of the movies he made, another good director that I don't think get enough credit, Will Packer. Will Packer, another icon. But we've had so many directors that off of their films alone, people admire them. John Singleton, the late great John Singleton, Steve McQueen. I mean, of course, Ava DuVernay is doing some great work. But there were people like that, like Gordon Parks. It's like, there's just certain people that, you see a movie by them and, Anton Fuqua, like we used to just have a lot of respect for directors in general, like, famous directors. And so I think we're seeing a resurgence of that, James Cameron, Quentin Tarantino. That's what I was thinking of. James Cameron. Oh my goodness. James Cameron. How could I forget? Fuck Quentin Tarantino, but you have Quentin Tarantino, right? Alfred Hitchcock, Stanley Kubrick. Like, these were directors that we all knew. Modern era, David Fincher, David Fincher's out there. Denis Villeneuve, he made great films. All the Dune and Arrival. He's got some good films. But we used to just Ang Lee, okay? Shout out to Ang Lee. Ang Lee, okay? Hidden, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Brokeback Mountain, The Life of Pi, iconic. But like, Catherine Bigelow, she's done some great things. But I just felt like we should talk about directors in a way that we don't talk about as much. Oh my God, Clint Eastwood. How could I forget? He's problematic nowadays. But Clint Eastwood, like, yeah, like those are names, household names. Yeah. So shout out to him. Now back to Hayden Panettiere. Iconic. Black people, we were mourning her loss. She's classic. Like she was in Community. She was dope. She passed away. We're still trying to figure out the causes, but she passed away. She had an issue. She wrote a biography that I end up reading early this week. I got a chance to read her biography. It came out early this year, and she talked a lot about her bisexuality, struggling with addiction, her estranged relationship with her family, especially her mom. She talked a lot. She lost her brother, who was a child actor as well, that took a strain on her. And it's sad that both of the Panettières are passed away. Both of them, her brother and her, both of them died at a young age. She was in her 30s, 36 years old. And it's interesting because Michelle Trachtenberg, who was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer, she passed away recently. And I was just talking about her because I watched Ice Princess, which is a Disney movie that if you don't know about it, it is a classic. Go to Disney Plus, go watch it. I watched it last year when she passed away. And I was just talking about that chemistry between her and Hayden Panettiere. And I was like, wow, this was like my childhood. I remember watching that movie growing up, and I remember like wanting to go to Harvard. Like at the time, I wanted to go to Harvard because I was like, oh, Harvard, Harvard, Harvard. But I remember watching this movie, and she was trying to go to Harvard, and her mom, which was played by Joan Cusack, iconic. Joan Cusack was in it. Also, our girl Samantha, Kim Cattrall was in it. Like this was an all-star. Like looking back, this movie had a lot of actors, a lot of big names. But it was Michelle Trachtenberg's mom was Joan Cusack, and Kim Cattrall's mom was Hayden Panettiere. I'm sorry, Hayden Panettiere's mom was Kim Cattrall. And this was like this ice skating movie that on the surface you think, oh, it's just these girls like ice skating. No, they were doing figure skating and they were in Boston. And it was like this really, it was such a good film. Very underrated. If you've not seen Ice Princess, go watch it. Nowadays, a movie like that would be considered like a must-see movie. But we slept on movies like that because there were so many movies out growing up that, a movie like that, we're like, oh, okay. Because we were so used to like family movies and decent movies. It is so hard to go to the movies and find movies like this. Like this was a very like really great movie. It wasn't rooted around sex and all the things. It was a very wholesome, thoughtful movie that just was so good. And yeah, Hayden Panettiere was in it, and it was a very thoughtful film. I watched it. I remember being like, ooh, Harvard, because she wanted to go to that school, and she didn't want to go to Harvard because she wanted to be a figure skater. And so that was her dream. And I just remember thinking to myself, I never forget, like I applied to go to Harvard and, I am choosing Penn at the end of the day. But I remember getting a Harvard interview and thinking about all of that because that movie sparked that in me, like that whole experience. So yeah, like, again, I don't think there were that many Black people in the film. But again, it was a classic. It was a classic. It's been out for like over 20 something years now. But yeah, it was called Ice Princess. Watch it. But I remember watching that movie. I remember her in Remember the Titans, which is one of my favorite Denzel Washington performances. I feel like it's underrated. I think it's underrated. I think we don't give Denzel enough credit for Remember the Titans. One of my favorite movies. One of my favorite sports movies because of him. One of the best sports movies of all time. I like it more than Rocky. Yeah, I said it. I like it more than Rocky. I thought it was better, in my opinion. But she was in there. She was the voice of the character in A Bug's Life. She was the little kid bug, ant, and she was the voice for that. She was in A Bug's Life. And she actually got a Grammy nomination because she was the voice for the children's book. Dot, the character Dot in A Bug's Life, she was the voice. Fun facts. A lot of people was in that movie. Okay. Kevin Spacey was in that movie. Yeah. He was the voice of the villain, Hopper, the grasshopper. Yeah. A lot of people was in that film. It was quite the time. David Hyde Pierce. We don't talk about him enough. Brad Garrett, Julia Louis-Dreyfus. Yeah. All in this movie. Dennis Leary. Icons. Bonnie Hunt. Where's she been? But yeah, there was a lot going on in this film. But yeah, I just think, just a loss, a very tragic loss. And it's obvious that Hollywood did not do right by her, which we hear with a lot of our favorite child stars. So, yeah. So, to music. I want to go into something light real quick. The VMAs is coming September 27th. And remember I kept talking about the nominations? Well, guess what? The nominations just came. Madonna, the queen of pop. Yeah, I'm going to say it. Madonna is the queen of pop. She has 11 nominations. 11 nominations, okay? 11 nominations. This is a big deal, okay? A lot of people have not talked about this, but there was a lot to be said about Madonna. She's back. Video of the Year nomination for the Confessions 2 music video film, which I watched that I loved. You know, music videos are, you know, a rarity. But here she is. I'm excited for her. I'm excited for this album. Y'all know Confessions 2. I've been a big fan of it. I will say that though thus far, it might be my favorite personal album of the year. I've listened to it so much. And you know what's funny? I was listening to Confessions on the dance floor last year a bunch of times. When I heard Confessions 2 was coming, I was preparing myself for this sequel. I love this album. I really do. I've listened to it so much. I can't stop listening to it. I really love Confessions 2. It gives me the same level of excitement that Renaissance gave me. Renaissance a little bit more, but Confessions 2 gives me that same feel. Like when Renaissance came out, I played that album so much to the point that I turned purple. Like, I could not get enough of Renaissance. It is my favorite tour I've ever been to in my entire life. It is my favorite Beyonce album. It's not my favorite album of all time. What is my favorite album of all time? That's a good question. What is my all-time favorite album? I gotta take some time to reflect on that. I don't really know what my favorite all-time album is. It's hard. That's a good question. What is my all-time favorite album? I will say Ray of Light by Madonna might be one of my favorites. Definitely one of my all-time favorites. Speaker Box Love Below by Outkast. Definitely used to grow. That is like my childhood. I loved Outkast. That might be my favorite album. Maybe. Celine Dion. Listen, another favorite album. That Color of Love album. Listen. I love me some Celine Dion. Sarah McLachlan's Fumbling Towards Ecstasy, definitely in the top 3. Game changing. I don't know if I have an all-time favorite album, but I know some that just, maybe Ray of Light. I don't know. Ray of Light spoke to me in a certain type of way. For sure. Definitely spoke to me in a certain type of way. Now I got to play albums in my head. Like, which album would fit the description? Like, I have some albums that are just all-time favorites, but I don't necessarily know if I have an ultimate favorite album that's just like, this is my all-time favorite album. Like, nothing, you know? Like, I don't... I mean... If I was to say, like, one that encompasses all of my experiences in love... this might be cliche to some people, but I would say Songs in the Key of Life by Stevie Wonder. I know that's very cliche. I know that is, but it never gets old. I feel like I should say something that was during the time I was living, because the album came out before me, but I love that album so much. I really do. I love Janet. The Janet album, Janet Period. I love that album. That is my favorite Janet Jackson album. I mean, she's got so many great albums, okay? But that might be my personal, like, all-time favorite. Because I feel like it encompasses all the things I like about Janet. Like the sultry R&B energy, the very fun dance music. Like, If is on that album. And If is just, like, fire to me. So, like, yeah, I have several. But I would say, if I was to pick one album that I just feel like we cannot get away, we can't kill this album, right? I would say Songs in the Key of Life. Like, you can't take that album away. I feel like if that album if it ever left the planet, I think I would be like, what? You just can't take that album away. You just can't. You can't. You know? You just can't take that album And keep your hands off of the Bodyguard soundtrack, okay? Leave the Bodyguard soundtrack alone as well. Don't touch the Bodyguard soundtrack. Yeah, okay? So I got a couple I just say keep your hands off of. All right, keep your hands off of Ray of Light. Ray of Light. Keep your hands off of Ray of Light. Don't touch that album. Leave that album alone. Keep your hands off of Speaker Box Love Below. Keep your hands off of that. Keep your hands off of that. Leave that alone. Okay? If there was anybody to steal music, don't erase that. Okay? Other stuff can go, but don't take that away. So that's my, I mean, you know, but yeah, you know, she's got the most nominations. The coming in second place is Taylor Swift. Okay. Like, I'm just so, like, I don't know. I don't know what the VMAs is going to do. I feel like they need to let Madonna have a moment. Madonna should win album of the year. I mean, video of the year. She should win album of the year too. No, but she should win video of the year. I hope she wins video of the year. I know they say it's the fan favorites, fans vote. And so I feel like if they let the fans vote, they're going to let Taylor Swift come. They're going to want to have the ratings. Because like last year, Taylor Swift did not come. And I think the ratings didn't do as high. So I feel like they want to do this to get Taylor Swift to come. And they're going to want to get the ratings. But I don't know. Like, I just, if it's another show where Taylor Swift shows up, she wins the award, and she acts super surprised and shocked that she won, it's like, oh God, give me a break. I'm just over it. I'm over her. Like, it's gotten played out very, very fast. But before we move on to TV, I got to address this Raven Lenae statement. I got to say this. If you don't know who Raven Lenae is, she is an artist, like a pop artist, but like got R&B leaning. She just dropped a new album. She got snubbed for Best New Artist. I felt like she should have won it last year. She has this really great song. I hope she gets nominated this year. She has this really great song called Miss You Very Much. And all I want to say, I miss you much. That song, y'all have heard that song. Miss You. It was a banger. It was a very great song. It was a very great track, right? And I really liked that song. It was very catchy. Well, she did this interview and she talked about like being a pop artist and how liberating it is to be pop, and that being an I guess a black woman in music, that you're put in this R&B box, and somehow if you're in this box, you know, it's restricting, and that being a pop artist and just making general alternative music is more liberating, it's free, and you know, you shouldn't be put in this box somewhere. I used to hear that and be like, oh, okay, but I gotta call bullshit. And I think that's a very tired trope, because here's my issue with this. I think when it comes to black artistry and music, black people, some black artists, especially younger artists, I want to make this point, have drank in the Kool-Aid. They don't know their history. I don't think Raven knows her history. And I think the problem is that she doesn't know her history. And a lot of times people have heard a stereotype so many times that they don't ever consider, maybe we should stop saying that. Maybe we should stop putting out certain narratives, because it will actually hurt us in the long run. So, for example, right, there's this argument that is being said that all black artists are being limited to being R&B artists and singing a certain way. I don't think that's the case. I think the issue is this, right? I think R&B is very diverse. I think it can be diverse. I don't think it has to be one way, right? SZA has proven to us that R&B there's various forms of the music. There could be contemporary R&B. There could be traditional R&B. There's all types of ways that the rhythm and blues could be, you know, put out there. And I think that when I hear certain artists talk about, you know, being in this R&B box, I feel like pop music is a box. I don't think pop music is as liberating. I think we're having the wrong conversations. And I think that Beyonce is a beautiful example of embracing various genres and not feeling as though there's this certain type of box, because what she did with country music is reinvent that genre. And I think to try to act like R&B is just this one restrictive box and going to another genre, I don't agree with that. I think that in some cases, I think pop is more restrictive, because I think pop is this idea. People think pop music is this lean towards, you know, mainstream music and or whatever that looks like, which also mainstream is defined by what is palatable to white audiences because they hold the plurality and the majority of the demographics in America, right? So if white people are not buying it or liking it, then it's not considered good enough. Therefore, it can't be considered popular. And then sometimes it falls into what is called niche categories, which are basically genre categories by different name. So the lack of resources and support for various different genres or cultures of music is why you feel the way you feel. It's not necessarily that R&B itself is creating the box, because over the past 30 years, we've seen R&B pioneers and people that have redefined the genre and created space for different types of music. Knock Knock, who's there? Rihanna, right? But because she did that, they wanted to put her in a pop box. But Rihanna has embraced music in general, and she's embraced both the R&B roots and the pop influences and explorations. Like some of the biggest R&B stars were the most popular stars on the planet at a certain point in time. I mean, Alicia Keys, hello. And I just think that we make a mistake and we do ourselves a disservice by perpetuating some of these very anti-Black notions. It's not that R&B is in the box. It's that white studio executives have put Black people in a box, and by default, they've projected a stereotype on Black artists on what they can create. It's not that R&B music is in the box. It's just that these executives are in boxes, and they're the ones entrapping Black artists and talent. So, like, there's no shame in doing R&B music as a Black artist. I mean, take pride. It's our music. It's our soul. But it's also important to note that in that pursuit of those changes, that is what's causing some of the divide and lack of opportunities to communicate with people. So again, two things can be true. So moving on to TV. There's a lot going on with TV. Where do I begin? Let's talk about this remake. A Different World remake. A lot of people are expressing disappointment. It hasn't even came out yet. Y'all, comes out in September. But I think people wanted like a sitcom-esque vibe, and they thought that they were going to get a return to that. And instead, it's more of the type of long-form, camera shot type of production. It harkens more to Bel-Air. It feels more like a Bel-Air where it's more darker themes, more serious conversations. It seems a little bit lighter than Bel-Air, but it still has that Bel-Air approach. And I'm not saying, either way that's good or bad. I just feel like, I don't know. I think that to some extent people should be able to, look, sitcoms have been dead for a while. I'm actually not that surprised that A Different World took on a different type of approach because we're in a different world. Self-explanatory. I'm not surprised by that because so much of the TV shows we're watching has a more serious tone or darker lens. Not to say there can't be any fun and humor, but so much of what we're seeing is a different level of narrative storytelling that I do think that given the nature of the show, it might fit better, might age better. But we'll see. We'll definitely have to see. So before we get to the Meghan Markle of it all, I want to address this. There are some people that's been on the internet talking about 50 Cent is the next Dick Wolf. And if you don't know who Dick Wolf is a highly acclaimed producer who I would be baffled if people don't know who Dick Wolf is, but I'm going to tell you. He is a very acclaimed TV producer who's behind the entire Law and Order series. So if you're like, yeah, I've heard this Dick Wolf man. Who was this? Dick Wolf is a very acclaimed TV producer. He's a multi-millionaire. I mean, this man, all of those Law and Order shows is under the Dick Wolf brand. So 50 Cent, I guess, has built his own little empire of these types of crime shows and what have you, Power, all this stuff. And I guess he's got another show that's out. I haven't watched it. I probably don't care to watch it, but he's got all these other shows under his umbrella that he's also pushing. And somebody has decided to say that he's the next Dick Wolf or something. No shade, but Dick Wolf has kept shows on air much longer than 50 Cent. I mean, it's his new franchise. He doesn't want to rap anymore. He believes that rapping is for it's a young person's talent and art. I can see that. I can understand that. I think that, look, Nas and Jay-Z are pushing on, right, with their music, and Nas has done some great work. But I get 50 Cent's point on that. However, that being said, not Dick Wolf. I think that's a little too far-fetched. Tyler Perry, sure. I think that's a better conversation. I think he is in his Tyler Perry bag, which is he's trying to put up a bunch of salacious shows for a limited time, get him out there, get content, do his thing. I mean, that's my thought. But I think the reality is that a lot of these shows are not lasting as long. Some of them are, but not all of them. And so much of his shows, I don't know. I just think Dick Wolf is just a stretch. I don't know. I think it's a stretch in my opinion, but I think it's too soon. Too soon. Now, if he makes it past 10 years in this regard, or keep a show going for such a long time, maybe, perhaps, but I don't see it. It's not clicking for me personally. Now, Meghan Markle. So there's this show called The Gentleman that's about to have another season. This upcoming season, gentlemen, she's not in this. But Guy Ritchie, who was married to Madonna many, many years ago, Guy Ritchie, apparently it's out that Meghan Markle was supposed to be in talks to get casted for season 3 of this show called The Gentleman, and this is supposed to be her big return to acting. The royal family, or at least the Sussex, are moving back to the UK and, about to start their lives all over again. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Because of the public outrage to her casting, they're now rescinding consideration from her. Like they're not casting her. That's what they're saying. The reports are coming saying that look, she had a moment. There was some initial buzz, but because of all this backlash, they're not going to go forward with it. So this is a big, awkward embarrassment, for Meghan Markle. I mean, she wanted to go back to acting, and then this happens. I mean, she's good friends with Tyler Perry. He had them staying at her house, at his house when they came to the States to avoid all the paparazzi. I mean, I don't think that's what she wants to do. I mean, this woman was in Suits, but like, could you imagine her like making an appearance or a cameo on a Tyler Perry show? I mean, just imagine. Who knows? Honestly, this is my opinion, and I could be wrong, but I don't necessarily know if we want Meghan Markle acting again. I don't necessarily. I think she's so far removed from reality that it just would be hard to see her in movies at this point. Like, I mean, she is a princess. She is royalty. I get the branding show she did, like the How To, but I don't think I could get lost in fiction seeing Meghan Markle acting again because it's so distracting. Like, it's like you are an international, globally recognized person, for better or for worse, and to people. But I don't see that coming. So yeah, I think she should just focus on her brand of products and things and be a great will ambassador. But I don't think acting is, I don't know. I don't, for right now, where I feel about it, I just feel like she doesn't even want the scrutiny. There's just been so much hateration her way and everything. I just think she's better off just focused on, her career in public service and public life. She's going back to the UK. They tried to run her down, tried to run a good girl down. She's not letting it happen. I'm proud of her for that. But I'm also kind of like, yeah, let her cook. Let her do other things. I don't necessarily know if we're running for it. I think that it would have been like a stunt casting, if anything. And yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Well, this has been quite the episode. It's been a long episode, but y'all love it. We had a lot to talk about. I'm getting ready for the big week ahead. I am about to start my doctoral program. I am super excited about that. Starting teaching at DSU, which is pretty dope. There's just a lot. We're back in school. We're back at it. We're back in class, and class is now in session. And so here we are, getting ready for the fall. And as always, be well and be best.
Earnestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Earnestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.